Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show.
Hello.
Oh, my gosh.
Hello.
Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Hello.
The Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms, Brock, and don't forget YouTube and 97.3 HD2. You got to tell people right off the bat where they can find us. And yes, this morning, even at 6 o'clock, you can find Brock Hughes. How about that? He's with us early today.
I am?
Yeah.
Daylight savings, isn't it 7?
Yeah. No,
It's not.
No, it's not a daylight savings thing.
I didn't turn back the clock.
That's not that.
It's not 7?
No. We woke up a little early today to talk to Coach. So we've already taped with Coach Macdonald. We have all the information. We already know everything Coach thinks, but we're not going to tell you until 9:30. What?
We should probably just play that line about him saying they're going to make a trade.
That's true. He did say it. He's like, yeah, we got a lot of trades coming down here in the next 24 hours. Brock, what a win yesterday, man. I mean, that is about as complete a game as you're going to see. I mean, Coach Macdonald even didn't have anything negative to say. I didn't hear any of the, hey, now we also need to make sure that we do this and that and this. We got to clean up. He didn't do any of that. That was almost a perfect victory.
Yeah, first half offensively was it was one of those games, and I like to say to Titus and to my tight ends and everything else, like, hey, listen, football's hard. You're never going to have a perfect – nobody plays a perfect game. Nobody has even a perfect half. That was a perfect half.
Yeah, it's perfect.
He was 16 for 16 for almost 300 yards, 4 touchdowns. Like, what are we doing here? I think my text here to the group was appropriate when I think I just said, bruh, or dude, or something. Like, what did we just watch?
Right.
And then it was complemented with obviously multiple takeaways defensively. And then really, I thought the defense in the second half, save for a late fourth quarter touchdown, I mean, they played phenomenal ball. After they gave up a touchdown before half, I was like, we see this script in the NFL, and here's a touchdown, and there's a touchdown, and then they go up and down the field, and nope, that defense said, and that front in particular said, nope, not on my watch. I'm gonna lock this thing down. I'm gonna shut it down. We're not gonna give them life. We're not gonna give them opportunity. We're gonna hit them, and they hit, Dane, obviously Jaden even more. I thought Salk in that third quarter and sacked him a bunch, 4 on the night. And then obviously knock him out of the game as well. So what
a bummer on that, by the way. It's just a bummer for the league. It's just a bummer for the league. I mean, it was awesome to beat them last night, and that team's not going anywhere this year. Very clearly, something's gone, sour in Washington again. But not him. He is awesome. He is a blast to watch. He's so fun. He's so hard to get down. He moves really well. He's deadly accurate. He doesn't run to run. He runs to throw and then runs when he needs. He is phenomenal. I love him.
Yeah,
but
and as gruesome as the injury was,
have enough around him at all.
No, and as gruesome as it was, and it was gruesome, and I think everybody, including NBC, kind of showed the replay again because they didn't know. They thought it was his knee, the way he was kind of squirming around on the field, and it was in that same area of the field where RG3 did his knee against the Seahawks. And you're like, no, please, not his legs, not his knee. So if there's any silver lining, as gruesome as it was, if you're going to have any kind of injury, your non-throwing elbow eventually should have no impact on his ascension to further stardom. But it does end this season for DQ, and you could kind of feel that, I think, in that whole building and that sidelines in particular.
Well, I mean, if they're going to start Marcus Mariota for the next 5 weeks, I don't know if their season's coming.
8 weeks. Yeah, whatever.
Well, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, it did sound like he might not end up missing as much as maybe we would have thought originally. They said, I did read this morning that it wasn't as bad as they thought, which is great, and it is his non-throwing elbow, and maybe there's a way to get him back in there, and maybe it'll end up being okay, or maybe they'll just say, you know what, we don't want to risk it.
Right.
Like, he's just too good and too valuable. Man, they have a lot of work to do, though.
But what a statement. I mean, what a statement. What a statement to, we talked about this. We joked about it with DJ and the power rankings and why are they still not getting their respect and why aren't they getting the attention? Well, you do that, and now it's the headlines everywhere this morning, right? You do what Sam did. You do what this defense has done. You dominate. You sit now top the whole NFC. Right, we're 8 games into this thing, 9 in the rest of the league with the bye that the Seahawks had. But you're 8 games in, Salk, and you're not looking up at anybody right now in the NFC from a record standpoint. I was kind of running
through those wins and losses, man, and then you see it last night on NBC, right, where they kind of show the record of your remaining opponents.
Yep.
I mean, you got a couple tough games, and they may all be tough games. I mean, like Minnesota showed yesterday, it doesn't matter what their record is, they could still play tough and play hard, and they got after Detroit and beat them and had a good game plan. So you don't just start counting wins, but you also look at it and say, all right, you got Indy, who only has
you're
a
not
couple
going to
losses.
Buffalo, Salk. You're not going to Kansas City.
Right.
You're not going to Green Bay. You're not going to Philly. Right? They're not coming to your house.
Indy. They've been a good team, but I don't know. I think they still have a little bit more to prove before everyone believes that they're like a serious, not just a contender, but a favorite.
Yeah.
You got to have two with the Rams that are going to be enormously important games, probably the two biggest games of the year in terms of deciding what happens in the NFC West. And the Rams, by the way, play the Niners this upcoming weekend. So, hopefully they do a little damage against each other. And then other than that, like you got a lot of the teams in the middle, which are good. Like those games can go any way. Yep. Right? Atlanta's not a bad team. They're a good team. And I think Minnesota's a good team. But I don't know any of those are great teams. So you should have opportunities to go out and I think you start thinking about what the win total is. And this starts looking like a 12 or 13 win team.
Correct.
Which puts you in the conversation at least, especially at 13. To get the first round bye. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but it puts you in that conversation. And certainly, I think you heard Collinsworth talking about it last night. My God. I mean, that was a full-on love fest. I mean, he was going crazy with how much he liked the Seahawks.
Yeah, save for Matt Stafford in the two times you're going to see him, as you said, and those are going to be monumental games. Save for him, you've got either young quarterbacks or quarterbacks in new places. Right? This is not like the second half of last season where, oh, man, here comes Jordan Love, and here comes Stafford, and here comes Josh Allen, and here comes nope. This is going to be some rookie quarterbacks. This is going to be some first-year starting quarterbacks in JJ and Penix. This is going to be Daniel Jones in a new environment. You got some new people, and if you do what you did last night, why Collinsworth was just oozing with the praise that he was because he knows. He and Tirico have watched this game and have called it for decades. And so this is now 7 of 8 games where the opposing quarterback says, I'm out. No mas. I don't want this. I am getting hit and harassed and pressured and sacked in ways I never had in my career.
Well, and you don't mean that. I mean, he didn't leave the game because of that.
No. He had dislocated elbow. Right. I'm just saying, other than Baker Mayfield, the other 7 guys that have played the Seahawks, let's see. Obviously, you knocked Jaden out. Purdy's out for most of the rest of the season after you played him. And every other guy is like sacked and harassed, and you sacked Trevor Lawrence 7 times. Like every one of those QBs, I just know that life. And you asked,
sacked and harassed, his bags are packed.
Did I say that?
I don't know. I was worried. I thought you were quoting Wildcats on me. Sacked and harassed. My bags were packed. I got the word in the form of the bird.
It's early. I didn't get the message about daylight savings.
Yeah, we do have some texters. 541 saying, please tell me Brock slept last night. Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
No. After that game, no
253 says, B-Rock is working a full half day. Wow. Very impressed that you're willing to work a full half day with me. No, Brock is here working a full half day. Yes. All right. Well, we do have a lot to do during our full half day. It will be a full half day. Takeaways will be great at 8:30. We're going to spend obviously most of the morning talking about the Seahawks, who are 6-2, atop the division, atop the conference, really, and right there in every conversation for what's possible this year. I think the goal, at least from a fan standpoint, has maybe changed. Obviously not from Mike Macdonald's standpoint, but from our standpoint, I think maybe you start looking at this team a little differently in terms of what they could be capable of. I also got to make sure we talk a little bit about the Game 7 on Saturday night, Brock. We'll do it at 7:30. I honestly, if it wasn't for the Seahawks game yesterday, we could spend a full 4 hours just on that. I mean, what an unbelievable baseball game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's as good as baseball games.
Game 6 wasn't bad either.
It was good.
Game 6 was pretty good, too.
It was a good game.
Yes.
But last night was a great game. Yeah. Right? Or Saturday night. I mean, that was a
one for the ages.
Oh my God. I mean, and I was talking to a Blue Jays fan yesterday, poor guy. And he's like, so do you think that was the greatest baseball game ever played? I'm like, I don't know. I think it can be in the conversation. I don't know whether it had enough twists and turns, decision making, but it's close. And it was in Game 7 and it went extra innings. I mean, all of those things, I mean, I'm going to put it right up there with some of the other best baseball games I've ever seen, many of which are World Series games, but some of which are league championship games. But certainly when you consider everything on the line, and Yamamoto coming in to give them 8 outs on 0 days rest. Look, what are we even talking about? Oh, my God. I want to do that as part of Need to Know. We'll get to that, some Seahawks highlights, all of it coming up next on Brock and Salk.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
Sam Darnold, 12 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 1,700 yards, 68% completion percentage. Great stats. He's only been sacked 9 times.
I think he's been playing great. You know, I'm a big fan. I'm a big Sam Darnold fan. What he's gone through to get to where he is right now, I think it's a really cool story.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't find anything with pumpkin spice. We sell batteries for everything to anyone. No warm, fuzzy mittens, no umbrellas, no potpourri in our nice stores. But when the going gets tough and the lights go out and your stuff won't start, you'll be glad that you came to Pacific Power Batteries. And if you're not sure if your battery is dead, we'll test it for you for free. We will sell no battery for anything before it's time. We're honest people at Pacific Power Batteries, doing batteries since 1985.
Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7. So you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Feeling stuck on your own 10-yard line in the career game? Maybe it's time to just go for IT. My Computer Career has the game plan to score a rewarding new IT career in months. Whether you're a rookie, a breakout career changer, or a military veteran ready to serve. Why spend years chasing a college degree when you can fast-track your future in IT starting now? Take your mark, get set, go for IT. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu today. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next-day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Fall rains can expose hidden roof problems, and once water gets in, the damage only gets worse. Is your roof ready for the season? Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. At State Roofing and Exteriors, we repair and replace roofs with a quality you've trusted for decades. And yes, we also provide siding, windows, decks, and gutters to keep your entire home protected. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Buc-ee's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Buc-ee's makes auto care simple. Visit Buc-ee's.com today and drive with confidence. Buc-ee's.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Absolute destruction last night, Brock, and they did it in front of the entire country. The Seahawks were awesome and better get some national respect after that when they just took apart Washington in every phase of the game. Offense, yeah, Sam Darnold's first half, he went 16 of 16 for 282, 4 touchdowns, no picks, perfect passer rating. Finished 20 of 24 for 330. He was essentially perfect all day, and if you needed a couple of touchdowns, don't worry, you had those too.
JSN is wide right. Looks like he has some double coverage. Sam is under center. He's looking back to the left side. He's going to throw down the seam. Got a man out there. The ball is caught. Touchdown, Seahawks. The rookies are going nuts tonight. It's Arroyo who makes the catch. The touchdown reception from 26 yards out. And Elijah Arroyo, the rookie out of Miami, who can do so many things, just put the Seahawks up now 20-0.
They were tremendous on offense, Brock. 8 more catches for 129 for JSN. Defense, they had plenty of that. 4 sacks split between 6 guys. Pressure, run stopping, turnovers. They did it. They sent a message. Special teams chipped in with a turnover to set up another TD. Like, I don't know what else you can do.
Yeah, that first half looked like a high school game. Some of the different states around the country have running clocks once the league gets to a certain point in a sliding scale. And I think Washington would have hoped for a running clock there at some point, and certainly in the fourth quarter. I mean, it was over. It was over. And to do that on the road against an opponent that was as desperate as they were, and you saw Jaden Daniels, and he was back to full speed and trying to create and trying to do his thing. They totally suffocated and snuffed that out. This D-line is outrageous. The blitz package was as unique as we've seen all year. And then Sam Darnold just keeps shutting up the narrative. Yeah, I mean, he's good, but he's all right, but just wait. He's just going to turn into a pumpkin. No, that was Daniel Jones and his 6 turnovers in their loss in Pittsburgh. It's not been Sam Darnold, who just continues to play at a level that very few can match in all the NFL right now.
I mean, Sam's execution right now, he's just ridiculous. Just playing decisive, all the things we talked about that he's been doing, but decisive, making smart decisions. Our receivers doing a great job. I thought the protection was really good. So it's just a great win. Arizona here on Monday night, and then we're going back across the country. So we'll get home, refocus, and go get ready for next week.
Yeah, again, about as complete a victory as you're going to see in this league. They get to 6-2. Cardinals come to town next week, and then a big showdown in LA with the Rams the following week. Rams and Niners play this Sunday. Again, health concerns. Cooper Kupp didn't play. Julian Love goes to IR. Ernest Jones leaves with a knee injury. Didn't look good, but Mike Macdonald actually was somewhat positive after the game.
So Ernest has a bit of a knee. We'll figure out. It's not. I don't think it's. I don't know. It's not season ending, but we'll see how it goes.
I mean, that's definitely positive.
Yeah, and I'm with Lyle. Watching him in street clothes bounce around on the sidelines, I'm sure it'll get really sore. I'm sure. I mean, the long flight home, the guys just got in about an hour ago. Like Yeah, this week would probably be a doubtful situation. It's it's a MCL, it's a side of the knee.
He's going to want to play against LA coming up here in 2 weeks. So maybe he takes a week off. If he were back for that, that would be pretty awesome.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, congrats to the Dodgers. They win the World Series after one of the best games you'll ever watch. Game 7, delivered in every way and then some. Heroes galore. Bo Bichette, the early 3-run shot off of Ohtani. Miguel Rojas tying it up with a solo shot in the top of the 9th. Then the bottom of the 9th, you had the ridiculous play from Rojas to get the runner at home. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. And then the catch left center, just one of the best things I've ever seen.
Fly ball to left field. Hernandez on the run with Pages over his head. Pages runs him over, makes the catch, sends Game 7 to the 10th.
I jumped off the couch, man. That was unbelievable. Out of nowhere, bowls him over, just totally trucked him. I mean, just awesome. Loved it. So cool. Where was Kike playing? Why was he so far away from him? It's just a fly ball to left. Instead, the center fielder had to come over and beat him up in order to take it away from him.
And by the way, I think a lot of times we can be very myopic as sports fans in a sports market, and woe is us, and we're cursed, and we're doomed, and everything else. Game 6 and 7 for Toronto in their own building.
Yep.
Finding a way. We talked about getting the final 9 outs. How about getting the final 3 outs? How about runners in scoring position multiple times in Game 6 and 7 and find a way to win? They don't, and the Dodgers go back-to-back for the first time, and an NL team has done that since the Big Red.
How crazy is that? Will Smith did hit the go-ahead home run in the 11th. Yoshinobu Yamamoto got 8 outs on 0 days rest to ice the game and take the well-deserved MVP award. Here's what Dave Roberts said about sticking with him.
For me, at that point in time, I wanted to give, Roki or Yamamoto an opportunity to keep the game, at bay. And then, once he did that, he felt confident that he could stay in his delivery, wasn't going to compromise health. And then at that point in time, even for that third up, he said, Daijobu, means I'm okay. And so for me, I just trusted him, and he came up big again.
So freaking cool, man. It was just so cool to see it. Major League Baseball, huge win for the league. They get one of the great playoff series after one of the great honestly, one of the better postseasons I can remember. Almost every series was great. Yep. Good for them. Pretty cool.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Stop me if you've heard this one before, Brock. Another overtime loss for the Kraken this weekend. Honestly, they were pretty lucky to get there this time. They did not play well against the Rangers. Only had 13 shots in the whole game, but they do manage to steal a point in the standing, so I guess that's the good news. They also got Capo Caco back. That was exciting. They have Chicago at home tonight. Chance to see the young star, Connor Bedard, Brock. He'll be there. And the return of Andrei Burakovsky. Ooh, how about that? Huskies did not play, but finally moved up into the top 25 for the first time anyway. They are 24th now in the AP, just unranked in the coaches poll. They'll be at Wisconsin on Saturday.
Yes, they will. As a favorite, first time for Jed Fish, first time ranked since they lost the national title game there to the old Michigan Wolverines at the end of that year, number 2. So kudos to them.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk show.
Trick-or-treaters were all in on Friday, huh? On baseball.
Gosh, Brock.
What?
They were all in.
I had to turn the lights off, Salk.
Did you? Because you had too many? You ran out of candy?
Yeah, they just stormed the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's like we got an issue in the neighborhood. We're going to have a cul-de-sac conversation.
You're under
because
siege.
Literally they just totally under siege, and I think they're repeat offenders.
Wow.
I think they leave for a little bit and then they come back in a second costume. They take Jim Harbaugh's advice to heart. And it was, I just said, I don't care anymore.
We had to go, even in the pouring rain here on Friday night, we had to go to the neighbor and ask for a little extra candy. We ran out right at the end. We were just barely able to maintain. We had to trade a box of Girl Scout cookies for candy. True story. Heather went over to Nikki's like, yeah, we'll trade you some Girl Scout cookies.
Halloween bartering, it happens.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes a neighborhood's got to stick together. I mean, I can't tell you how many kids came up and hey, what's the score of the game? Who's winning? Who are you rooting for? Like, it was just cool to see kids in on baseball, man. It really, I don't know, it was pretty pretty inspiring. All right, Maura, if you guys missed anything this weekend, and it was a busy weekend, there was Halloween, there was the recovery from Halloween and the diabetic coma that people are in.
There was a trip to Lincoln, Nebraska.
For Brock, yeah. So if you guys missed anything at all, don't worry. Maura's got us covered next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up to play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Lines is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings. And every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at homecomfortalliance.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I don't know what everyone was doing this weekend, but it was busy. There was a lot going on between some days of bad weather and Halloween. Maybe, like me, you had a pig roast to go to yesterday. Oh, my gosh.
That looks like
because those are very common in November in Seattle.
Hey, you never know, Maura. You never know when a pig roast might come up. And this was a great one. Shout out to Eric. That's Amelia's dad. Amelia played probably the best game of any of the kids on Saturday. She was awesome. Absolutely dominant as they earned a well-deserved tie against a really good boys Snow King team. Nice. And then her dad, Eric, just goes, he likes to do a pig roast. 6-hour rotisserie on that whole pig. And it was...
it looks like a bacon wrap pig.
I don't think there's bacon. There's something, I don't know.
It's not. I'm just saying the skin.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks...
The skin was nice and crispy and tasty. Oh, my God. It was so good. Maura, if other people were at pig roasts this weekend like I was, what did they miss? Let's go around the weekend.
Okay. I'm sure there's a long line of people in the same boat as you.
You want me to tweet the picture of this pig?
I think it's deserved.
All right, I will. Shout out to Eric.
The guy's a technician.
He is.
Does it look a little barbaric? Sure.
Yeah, it does.
Sure.
Yeah. Would my oldest daughter not attend? Yes. She didn't want to be anywhere near that.
She's a vegetarian, right?
She's a vegan mostly. I mean, she'll drink some like she'll have ice cream, but yeah.
Wow. Something else.
That's pretty ridiculous. It's hilarious.
And he puts what inside of it?
So inside the pig was, I asked him,
kielbasa?
He says the key is cooked kielbasa. Don't go raw. Cooked kielbasa, potatoes, and onions, and then like rosemary and other spices. Wow. It is unbelievable. I can't tell you how good it was. It was unreal. So
Sorry,
good.
Maura. Go ahead.
That's okay. Did you want to add your adventure this weekend?
Oh, I'll splice that in throughout the show. I've always said I could be a trucker. If I wasn't a football guy, a media guy, I could be a trucker. I don't think I could.
I think you'd be a good
because
trucker.
of my vanity issues. I'd get up to about 450 pounds.
That'd be the end of your work as a trucker.
Yes.
All right, Maura looks like she's operating out of a black hole here on TV. If you guys are watching on YouTube, you can see Maura. It's just her, and it looks like she's in like an outer space.
This is the usual.
I know. For some reason, it looks even darker in there today. You look like you're operating out of outer space.
Probably because I got up at 3:40 a.m.
Yeah, that's not right. All right, Maura, what happened? What did we miss?
All right, well, I figured we'd go a little further into these World Series games since it was a pretty good weekend.
Yes.
Friday, Dave Roberts tried to spark his team's offense by shaking up the lineup a bit, and he moved the slumping Mookie Betts to the cleanup spot, and Betts delivered.
He's hit downfield. Ohtani's in to score. Here comes Will Smith. throw to the plate's not in time. Betts breaks through, and so do the Dodgers.
Will Smith's RBI double got the Dodgers on the board in the third, and then after a Freddie Freeman walk, an RBI double from Betts drove in 2 more for a 3-0 Dodgers lead. Yamamoto was great again. He didn't go the distance this time, but gave them 6 innings, giving up just 1 run on 5 hits. Things did get weird in the 9th, though. Roki Sasaki hit Alejandro Kirk, then Addison Barger hit a ball that got lodged at the base of the wall in left center. Both runners went home, but the rules say that it's a ground rule double. Were you guys aware of this?
Yep.
Yeah, that was dumb. I don't like that call at all. I know the guy raised his hands up. You see this a lot, obviously, in Little League Baseball. Ball goes under the fence, or high school baseball. Like, the ball was just stuck there. Like, you could go grab the ball. I mean, super savvy play on their part.
But that's what you're supposed to do. Anytime a ball gets
the right
stuck.
play, the right call. It's just, I thought it was a little chintzy.
Do you think it would have affected the outcome of the game, though? I don't think it would. I mean, if that happens, if the
run scores, it's 3-2. Is Barger still at second?
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Right.
They get the ball in, and I don't think that was going to be a triple, though that guy can run.
He can.
Fly,
I don't
but he's
think
probably
it's a
not
triple,
taking
though.
that chance.
Right.
So did it affect the whole game? No. It definitely kept a run off of the board.
Right, but it's the 9th, and it wasn't the game-tying run. So
correct.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a funky play, but those things happen, right? I mean, like, you know, it's funny. Moore will remember in Game 5 of the ALCS in 2004, same type of thing. That game that went, whatever it was, the 14, 15 innings, would have ended. Tony Clark hit a ball down the line. Jeter would have scored, but bounces just into the stands. And hey, you got to go back to second and third. Like, it is one of the weird rules of baseball, that ground rule double, you can't score from first when you would clearly be able to score from first. But, you know, it is what it is.
And once again, if you're in Toronto, you feel cursed. Like, if it's just 1 inch away, the ball bounces. Who knows? Maybe it bounces the other way. It is a stand-up triple. Guy at third, nobody out.
Yep.
But it wasn't meant to be.
No, it just wasn't. Too much contact. Bro.
With runners on second and third and no outs, Glasnow was brought in. He got Clement to pop up, and then the Dodgers pulled off an impressive double play to end it. You mentioned it earlier. Kike Hernandez, you mentioned the other one, actually. Yeah. Kike Hernandez made a running catch on an Andres Jimenez line drive and threw it to Miguel Rojas at second to turn the double play.
Oh, he's going to be sick.
Floats one, left field. Hernandez makes the catch. Back to second. Game 7 tomorrow night.
Barger's going to be sick. He is going to be seeing that in his forever. By the way, how about the Snell-Barger all-Seattle area matchup? Like a huge play in that game. Those two guys against each other. Like, I don't know. Game 6 was also great. You're right. It wasn't as unbelievable as Game 7, but it was a great game. And the ending, you know, with those couple of plays almost back-to-back, pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. Poor Barger. I did feel bad for him. He's had such a great
at least it wasn't Game 7, right? At least they had a chance to kind of gird their loins and come back and battle.
But he's going to see that in his nightmares forever. Why he got so far off the bag. And he said he kind of thought it was going to drop. Watching it on TV, it never looked like it was going to drop. I don't know what it looked like from his position. But, man, that's a killer. For a team that has played so clean, to make that kind of mistake. Brutal.
Yep.
Well, as you said, on Saturday, Game 7 did not disappoint. Scherzer was on the mound for Toronto. Ohtani gets the start for the Dodgers, and Ohtani got into trouble early. He started the third with a single to Springer, a sac bunt from Lukes, and a wild pitch that sent Lucas. I always mess that one up. A wild pitch that sent Springer to third. He then walked Vlad Guerrero and gave up a home run to Bo Bichette. That gave Toronto a 3-0 lead and ended Ohtani's outing. A Teoscar Hernandez sac fly off of Scherzer in the fourth got LA on the board, and a Tommy Edman sac fly off of Bassett in the sixth pulled them within 1 run. But Andres Jimenez had a double in the seventh that made it 4-2 Blue Jays. It kind of felt like they were headed for a win.
6 outs away. 6 outs away.
Max Muncy's home run off of Yasavich in the eighth pulled the Dodgers within 1, and then Miguel Rojas hits a home run off of Hoffman in the ninth that tied the game.
So payoff. Drilled to left field and deep, and gone! No way! Miguel Rojas!
You could tell how improbable they thought that was.
Well, I mean, number 9 hitter, what did he say? It was like 0 for his last 30. Yeah. I mean, like he's as cold as could be. Every move Dave Roberts made just seemed to work. It was unbelievable, right? He dropped down Mookie Betts on Friday night. He comes up with that huge hit. He decides to stay with Rojas. He ends up coming up with that huge home run. Look.
Well, the next thing that I was going to get to is the play you mentioned where Pages makes the play with Kike Hernandez on top of him, and that was someone he had just brought in defensively.
He had just put him in. To come back to the home run, though, first, do you think that Hoffman was thinking about Ohtani, which is why he made a mistake? Like, hey, I just got to throw this guy fastballs. I can't put a runner on base for Ohtani. I have to make sure, like, if he's going to beat me, let Miguel Rojas beat me. I'm just going to throw him strikes. And he took advantage of that and absolutely clobbered one into left field. I mean, that's kind of what it looked like to me. Like, hey, I cannot get beat by this guy.
Well, that was his first homer off a right-handed pitcher all year.
It's hilarious. Just throw him fastballs, buddy, and let him get himself out. Instead, he was a little out in front of that pitch, and he ends up pulling it into left field. Just amazing. I mean, that's why baseball's the best, because it's the feel thing, right? Like, oh, it feels like the Blue Jays are going to win. Oops. Like, here comes Miguel
That's why it's the best
Rojas.
on one side, and that's why it's absolutely horribly cruel on the other side.
It really is. And then Rojas makes a defensive play, like for the ages at second base, comes home. Of course, once again, infield drawn in. If he's a double play depth, they just turn a double play, and that's the end of the inning. But instead, they got to make sure everybody's always, pulled in. And he throws the runner out at the plate. And then, the Pages play more. Unbelievable. Just so crazy. So crazy. He puts him in for his arm, right? The batter before, when there's a man on, bases loaded, 1 out. They bring him in for Edman in order to throw out a runner at the plate just in case. So he's still in the game for the next batter, and he has to track down a fly ball that for whatever reason Kike Hernandez is nowhere near. Nowhere near. It's just a fly ball to left field. He's nowhere near it. I don't know where he was playing. I think he was honestly closer to the shortstop than he was to the outfield wall. And Pages just unbelievable catch.
It was, I was at a Mexican restaurant / bar in West Seattle, and everyone in there was freaking out over that one. And then in the top of the 11th, as you played earlier, Will Smith hit a solo shot for the Dodgers to go ahead, and then they sent Yamamoto back out there for the 11th, despite him pitching 6 innings the previous night, already having pitched the 10th inning of this game. Things were a little shaky with Guerrero hitting a leadoff double and Kiner Falefa advancing him to third on a sac bunt. But Yamamoto then walked Barger and was able to get Alejandro Kirk to ground into a double play for the win.
2 pitch. Kirk bounces one up the middle. Bats to the bag. Over to first to beat the champ. You gotta knock him out. The Dodgers stand tall and win back-to-back titles.
Yamamoto was named MVP, which I think was very fitting.
Joe Davis kind of nailed every one of those calls, by the way. The moment got big.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, he was really good in those moments. He knows this Dodgers team inside and out, right? He is their Aaron Goldsmith for the Dodgers, so he knows all the stories. How improbable that home run was in the 9th, how cold these guys were, how every single lever you pulled, including Salk, yes, playing at double play depth with 1 out, obviously against the slowest guy in the league, helps that situation.
Well, there you're going to do it because there's just a man on first. I mean, there was nobody else on.
There's first and third there. Guerrero's at third base.
You're right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. You're right. First and third.
Yeah, it's first and third, and they played it right. And one unbelievable at bat by Guerrero. That guy is superhuman. The pitch that he hit, pulled his hands in, somehow keeps that fair down the line.
Yep.
Again, like you can look at this from the Dodgers' perspective and celebrate all of these levers that were pulled and all of these moments they delivered, or you can put the hat on and look at it from the Blue Jays side and go, we are absolutely cursed as well. We had every opportunity to knock them out over and over and over and over, and we couldn't, and we didn't make the plays to get it done. And
it's a good question asked here. Is do you think that they should have sent him steal the base? My dad texted me the same thing in the moment. Like once he's on first, do you steal him in order to set up second and third and stay out of the double play with the slowest runner in baseball at the plate? Yeah, maybe, because I don't know whether they're going to take the chance and throw down a second in that spot.
Well, it sure is a good thing they bunted after the Vladdy double because it paid dividends in the end, didn't it?
Here we go, Lyle.
It sure is a great thing they bunted.
Kind of with you, man. It's just... yeah, you can't bunt.
No, cannot bunt.
Yeah, it really didn't work very well once again. Now, they did have, it was Miles Straw, right?
Even still.
No,
he's swinging away. He's
the
swinging away.
Miles Straw element, I think, factors
Is he
in.
a professional hitter or not? Is he in a World Series game?
He's Miles Straw. If it was Lucas, I think I'm with you. I don't know
So
about
to bring
Miles Straw.
Barger and then Kirk up with one out and a fly ball to tie the game, and they're totally gassed. And I don't know. Maybe Yamamoto was going to pitch 9 more innings.
Maybe.
Jeez.
Maybe he will.
Superhuman.
Goodness.
They have
Great
a couple
game.
superhumans on that team.
Love the conversations.
That overtakes Madison Bumgarner for me. I think what Mad Bum did in 2014 up to that point was the best overall postseason pitching performance I'd ever seen.
Yeah.
Yamamoto just topped
You
it
weren't
because-
around for Randy and Kurt when they were with Arizona in 01.
I mean, I don't really remember it,
That's
but
pretty good.
Bumgarner did what he did throwing in games 1, 5, and 7. He got rest. Yamamoto didn't get rest, and he almost threw in game 3 also.
0 days rest. It's insane.
It wasn't like he threw 15 pitches either, just 2 2/3.
It's crazy. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, he won't be picking up a baseball for the next 3 months.
I doubt. I think you're wrong. I think you're gonna pick up baseball like tomorrow and throw a bullpen.
Ichiro's still picking him up baseball.
Exactly.
They're only 60 years old anyway.
All right, we'll do a little NFL. I don't know if you guys saw, but the quarterback situation for the Cardinals was kind of weird this week. Early on last week, they said Kyler Murray was expected to return from his foot injury and play the Cowboys Monday night. By Thursday, when he was scheduled to talk to the media, they announced that he would not be talking to the media and a quarterback would be made available. Saturday, Jonathan Gannon said Jacoby Brissett would be starting because Kyler Murray wasn't quite ready yet. But then he floats that maybe they could use him in some capacity, which doesn't make any sense to me. If your franchise quarterback isn't ready to play, why would you? Here, I'll let you guys listen.
You know, looking at the week of work today, Kyler is not going to be ready to start the game, so Jacoby will start. Obviously, feel good about Jacoby. I do want to give it the next couple days to see if Kyler could possibly have a role on game day. So that's with that.
Like if he's
I think he's just talking about whether or not
he's
he's the emergency or the backup, Maura. I think that's
Okay.
probably the conversation. I don't think there's a package or a red zone, or to your point, that would make no sense. Either he can go or not go, or in this case, you know what, he could, if something were to happen to Jacoby, he could get us through the game. I think that's probably, he didn't explain that very well or go into much detail, but I'd have to imagine that's
kind of cryptic when he was asked if
Yeah.
Kyler Murray could go on IR too, which if
maybe
they
he-
thought he could be ready this week, why would he go on IR? But he didn't say no.
Maybe
yeah,
Gannon.
I don't. You know what does that really mean? You know what I mean, Josh? Everyone.
Just don't. Stop.
What does that really mean? It means he's on IR and he can't play for a little while.
I can't do it with it. Maybe he finally woke up and remembered that Kyler Murray sucks. Maybe he looked at actually watched the film and was like, oh, Jacoby Brissett, who's a career backup quarterback, is better than Kyler Murray because he actually throws the ball to the right spot. Just a thought.
Don't you think that's a little bit of a stretch?
Yes, I do. I do think that.
The Cardinals will
I
take
said
on
it
the
anyway.
Cowboys at 5:15 tonight with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. Just a week after being held to 48.
So you get them on a short week now, right?
Yes.
So you get
Just
them
like
on a
you
short
got
week
Washington
too.
on a short week. You got
Coming off the
Jacksonville
bottom.
on a short
Yeah,
week.
I mean that helps, man. Especially when you play the kind of
yes.
physical game the Seahawks have been playing.
Yes.
Nice. I like that.
Maybe your guy Kyler will be ready by then. Just a week after being held to just 48 rushing yards by the Texans, the 49ers had 173 all-purpose yards from Christian McCaffrey in their 34-24 win over the Giants. Mac Jones was also very efficient, going 19 for 24 for 235 yards and a touchdown. The Giants caused a strip sack towards the end of the first half. They couldn't gain a yard on 3 plays after that. And then kicker Graham Gano missed a 45-yard field goal. They went to the locker room down 17-7, and it just felt like they were never in it after that. They never came closer than 10 points. The 49ers are 6-3. They host the Rams next week, and the Giants are now 2-7.
Brady
at
Henderson.
Chicago.
Brady Henderson was filling in for you on your R&R day this time a week ago, Salk, and said, yeah, just kind of the end of the Niners. They lost and just kind of like, lose to Texas. They've lost Texans. They've lost all their guys. They're just going to, I don't know about that. They've still got a lot of pride. And when we talked about the Brock Purdy contract not making a ton of sense because of just the overall upside and ceiling and skill set, is he a $50 million a year quarterback? Now you're getting this from Mac Jones at what, a couple $1 million a year? what are we doing?
Yeah. I mean, we sort of were wondering about that to begin with, right?
Yes.
Like, on the other side of it, that Giants team feels, now look, they're a weird team. They have like weird, talented guys, but not like a complete
They've
team.
got no alignment. Zero.
None. But
Zero.
You know how I was complaining about Duff Kleiman the other day, and I promised not to keep doing this? This just got me the other day. This really made me mad. And I agree with him, and it still makes me mad. Awful. Of course, everything starts with a one-word thing and then a colon. Awful. Brian Daboll starts through 9 games as the Giants head coach. 2022, 7-2. 23, 2-7. 2-7 and 2-7. One of the worst head coaches in the NFL. Like, I agree with every word of that. I mean, a bunch of it are just facts, and I agree he is one of the worst coaches in the NFL. And it still made me mad to read that. Like, God, I just hate this idea.
Well, they were definitely missing Cam Scatteroo with Jackson Dart being their leading rusher yesterday.
That's not a good sign.
No.
He's good, though, huh? Dart?
Yeah, he's got some charisma to him, right? That's a hard market, save for Eli. It's been really hard on anybody the last, this century, really. But he's got some swag. He's got some charisma.
Yeah.
I hope adversity, and they're going to continue to get beat up and continue to lose. And I hope it doesn't swallow him up because, you said this about Jaden at the top of the show. You need different
I think it's going to
thinkers.
swallow up his coach and GM before it swallows him up. Just a guess.
Yeah.
All right, Geno Smith had probably one of his best games this year, throwing for 284 yards and 4 touchdowns with an interception. But the Raiders and Jaguars game went to OT. The Jags scored a touchdown the first drive, but the Raiders were in good position to respond after a 52-yard return from Raheem Mostert. Geno Smith hit Brock Bowers for their 3rd touchdown connection of the game with 16 seconds left, but they chose to go for 2 rather than the tie, and the pass was swatted down.
For Geno Smith for the win, knocked away, and the Jags defense, Devon Hamilton, swats it away.
Raiders lose 30-29.
I was trying to get a little nap at that point after getting home from my long road trip, and I just couldn't nap because I couldn't turn that game off. It was fun. It was exhilarating. Brock Bowers, unbelievable. Can't guard him. Can't cover him. Safeties, corners, everybody. Geno found him. Geno did play his best game of the year by far. It made total sense. Schlereth was all over it. You got to go for 2. You're 2-6. You're not going for the tie. So you have to go for 2. And Salk, I don't know if you were watching that live or saw the replay.
I wasn't.
You know who he had wide open for the 2-point conversion? That would be one Tyler Lockett. On a combination that Geno had thrown to him a ton. They kind of flooded the other side with Bowers, had single coverage. He did this really nice kind of loop round in the back of the end line, wide open, and unfortunately the ball gets batted at the line of scrimmage.
They are likely to be 2-7 because they play the Broncos next week.
If you ever are looking for, just to come back to the Giants for a minute, if you're ever looking for some entertainment, remember
I'm not going to Dov Kleiman.
No.
Sorry.
You remember Joe Banner?
Oh, yeah.
Old Eagles GM.
Yeah, and then Browns, I believe.
And then Browns, yeah. Joe Banner is on like a one-man crusade to get Joe, what's his name? Joe Shane? To get Joe Shane fired as the GM of the Giants. If you just go find his profile, I think 20 of the last 22 tweets are about how he should be fired and how bad their team is and all the mistakes he's made. It's hilarious. It's just one after another after another. It's unbelievable.
It's that NFC East, Salk.
It dies hard, I guess. It dies hard.
Well, and you guys were talking about the Rams games that the Seahawks have to look forward to being some of the most important this year. They had no trouble at all with the Saints winning 34-10. It was rookie quarterback Tyler Shoug's first NFL start, and it showed. He was 15 for 24 for 176 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Stafford threw for nearly 300 yards and 4 touchdowns, and this was the Rams' 3rd straight game holding an opponent under 10 points.
That seems pretty good.
Rams Seahawks very similar, by the way. Veteran quarterbacks that are playing at an elite level. A veteran receiver in Devontae Adams that's come in and helped develop Puka Nacua, like Cooper Kupp has come in and helped develop JSN. They're young in their front 7. They're ferocious with their rush. Les Snead and John Schneider and Sean McVay and Mike Macdonald have built their teams very, very similarly.
All right, thank you, Maura. A great trip around a busy weekend. Obviously, the focus here on the Seahawks, and we're going to stay with that for quite some time here. In fact, Brock, since I know you always like to compare football and baseball, I'll give you one right here. How Mike Macdonald is just like Julio Rodriguez, at least this year. Next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Emanwari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com and let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
At AT&T, we guarantee our network so you can talk college football with your BFF while taking Buster to the vet.
Hey, yeah, I can't believe he ate the whole thing of chicken wings.
And I can't believe we're staging a comeback. Touchdown!
Yes!
staying connected matters. That's why in the rare event of a network outage, you'll automatically get a bill credit for a full day's service. For wireless downtime lasting 60 minutes or more caused by a single incident impacting 10 or more towers, must be connected to impacted tower at onset of outage. Restrictions and exclusions apply. See att.com/guarantee for full details.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Yeah, Mike Macdonald was the first person to believe in this Seahawks team. He knew right away that they had an opportunity to be really good this year, and I think that's why, Brock, he was as frustrated as he was after the first week's loss to San Francisco, and everyone else was like, yeah, I mean, they played pretty well. Like, it seems like kind of hopeful and kind of feel okay about it. Stinks to lose, but it's week 1. He was like, almost like he couldn't even talk to him. He was so mad that they had lost that game, and we asked him a few weeks later, like, hey, it's because you really believe in this team, isn't it? And he's like, yeah, it's almost a compliment that he was as mad. And in that way, I found myself thinking last night about Julio in spring training when we talked to him and everyone was a little down on what the Mariners were going to be this year. We didn't love the moves in the offseason. Julio's looking at us like, are you crazy? I love this team. We're so talented. We're going to be great. I love what we've got here. And he was right. And obviously the team comes a whisper away from going to its first World Series. And at least as of right now, 8 games into it, it's 6-2. Mike Macdonald looks right too. I mean, that team, that was a dominant victory yesterday.
Yeah.
Just phenomenal.
Yeah, you always wonder about this, right? And is it the chicken or the egg? Does team chemistry and the buy-in happen because you win? Or with winning, is it just natural that all the time then you get the buy-in and the belief of guys? But I think in both of these cases, this was for Julio before the season had even begun. This was coming off of a couple seasons where he didn't make the playoffs. And he's like, no, it's because I like these guys. I like Victor. I like Randy. I like JP. I like Cat. Like you could get that sense even in spring training. These guys like each other. And then obviously with the winning and then the moves and the acquisitions at the deadline, it just absolutely caught fire. And they were on the precipice of a World Series. I think for Seattle in this way, again, go back 1 week ago when Brady sat in that seat that you're in right now, Salk, and talked about his takeaways at the bye. And it was, man, this offseason's got to be celebrated. If we celebrate Geno Suarez and we celebrate your first baseman, Josh Naylor, and we celebrate those moves, we need to start celebrating these offseason acquisitions of what DeMarcus Lawrence, what Cooper Kupp, what Gray Zabel, what Nicky Manwari, a quarterback last night that played as good a game as you could ever possibly play. Right, I mean, this is some bolstering this roster that was good last year. The 110 games, right, that were a sniff away from the playoffs themselves. Kind of again analogous to those Mariners. And then they said, nope, not good enough, and we're going to pivot and we're going to make some significant moves. And holy cow, did those moves pay off? Because last night was about as good a masterpiece on national television as you can ever watch.
They were awesome. They were just awesome from start to finish. Fun. Feisty. Yes, Brock starting to believe in who they are, that they're good enough to really think big this season and start thinking about what they're capable of. And as a fan, look, I know Mike's going to try to keep them humble, and that's a big part of his job as a head coach, and specifically like his view of how to be a head coach. But not for us. Like I got to change my view on what the ceiling is for this team, and I think the new view is no ceiling. There is no ceiling. Like, I have no more ceiling on what this team is capable of. I don't know that means they're going to win the Super Bowl, but for the first time in a while, it's not out of the question. Like it's certainly
first time in a long time,
it's a
right?
possibility.
So, yeah, first time in a long time where you look at the ceiling. Like, hey, man, you play your game. You play to your capabilities. There are a lot of years, 17, 18, 19, whatever. Like, you're just you're not as good as some of these other teams. I'm sorry. You're just not at that level. Right now, you're tied for the best record in the NFC, right? With Philadelphia, with the Rams, you're sitting there at 6-2, and you play your game. You play your style. That game, that style, it travels, it's dominant, and I don't see somebody you can't play with when I watch the NFL this year.
And we'll talk to Mike Macdonald at 9:30, a little peek behind the curtain. We already taped that with him at about 5 a.m. this morning. And I think that's kind of, he didn't say those words, Brock, but he did talk specifically about, when we play our game, what the team is capable of. I feel like we saw it last night. That was their game. Now, look, Washington is in trouble and they're beat up and they didn't play. I mean, like, you're coming off a bye, whereas they're coming off a short week. Like that's a nice advantage. It's not just that you look at last night's game and say, oh, okay, now I think the Seahawks are good. It's the culmination of what we've seen over the previous 7 weeks leading up to that one. And then looking at the schedule the rest of the way and kind of looking at I'm now like really, really bought in to a 12, 13, 14 kind of win season because they're capable of that. Now, we don't know health, and that doesn't mean you're going to win every game you're supposed to win, and you'll probably lose one, and maybe you'll win a game you're supposed to lose, and you haven't played the Rams yet, and but just for where we're at right now, snapshot-wise, man, this team's fun. They're really, really, really fun.
When was the last time they do starting lineups? Right, and they put up the little grade, and many times you kind of want to cover your eyes.
Right.
And this time you're like, Sam Darnold's the number 1 rated PFF quarterback. JSN's the number 2 rated wide receiver in all the league. I think Ken Walker was top 5. A.J. Barner was the 8th best tight end graded out of like 100. These dudes are playing at that level. And then defensively, much the same way with your front. Through 7 of the 8 games, bottom line, here you go. 7 of the 8 games, you were the hammer. You were the hammer, and your opponent was the nail, and especially at the quarterback position. And when you hit and harass and you make life miserable for that quarterback, no matter who he is, if that's Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl or if that is Jaden Daniels coming back from injury on a Sunday night that they absolutely have to have it with their season on the line and 5 losses already in the bank, and you can be the hammer and you pressure them and you sack them at a rate that is a career high for him, as it was for so many of these guys, from Brock Purdy to Trevor Lawrence to Jaden last night. You make their life absolute misery, you give yourself an incredible chance to win.
So here's the other thing I really like about this team so far, and again, only 8 games into this. I like that they're almost nothing like the LOB. Like, there's almost no reason to make a comparison. That doesn't mean that they don't have a couple of things that are in common, because a lot of good teams have stuff in common. But this is not the LOB. It's not the LOB2. Like, they're just nothing alike. They're not built the same way. They're not coached the same way. They have a different kind of offense. They have a different personality. They really share very little in common with that team, other than that they both have good defenses. I mean, like, after that, I see almost nothing that is similar, and that's fine. I don't need them to be similar. They're completely different styles.
Are you talking style or more personality or
both.
aura?
All of it. All of the above. They're just built differently, which is fine. Like, I'm glad this isn't like a recreation of something that we all loved.
Like when Sam Darnold was asked about being the MVP, and it's nothing about him, and it's about everybody else.
Yeah, but it also wasn't fake, phony naming everybody else. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was just like, yeah, hey, that's great. I appreciate that, but also it's a team thing, and that's what I'm concerned with. He handled it beautifully yesterday. And seeing him and Jackson kind of smirking at each other during one of Jackson's answers, and then Leonard, like, this is a pretty fun-loving kind of team, it seems like, anyway, from the outside. And they are, more than anything, complete. And if you're looking for a big old difference between this team and the early LOB teams, this team may be more complete. Doesn't mean they're better. That team was so dominant defensively, and Marshawn was so freaking good. They're not trying to say that they're better, but I think they may be more complete with more ways to win games, with their depth, figuring out how to use the run game to set up the passing game. Like, man, they are really, they come at you from so many different angles, whereas that team just overwhelmed you in 1 or 2 ways.
Yep.
And this team is really, really complete.
And did we mention Sam Darnold's pretty good too?
God, he's been unbelievable.
Holy cow. Salk, he is now first in the league in yards per attempt. He's third in the league. You know what his QB rating is? His QB rating is 116.
That's amazing.
On the season.
That's
Do you know
amazing.
that he has? Yeah, I mean, I got a ton of stuff and takeaways from him as well. JSN is on pace for over 2,000 yards. He's on pace to shatter the all-time NFL record. He's breaking records. It's 100-yard game after 100-yard game after 100-yard game. Yeah, and we were waiting. Could he play a complementary game? Could he play it offensively and defensively in special teams, right? They've done some of them offensively. They've done some of them defensively. They did one of them with special teams. Yeah, last night it was all three as one, and it absolutely destroyed the Commanders.
Well, last thing here, Brock. All of the things we've said about them here in the last 9 minutes translate really well to the playoffs. I mean, this is not a team built on winging the ball all over the place. They have to throw deep down the field and 50 times a game. Nope. I mean, all of the defense, all of the, commitment to the run, and we'll talk about that and what it means. I saw Greg Olsen's comments, and we'll talk through some of that over the course of the morning. But, I mean, just the way things are looking right now, it's a game that should translate very well to the playoffs.
And by the way, you're one of the youngest teams in the league, too. So the ascension and the learning curve, especially with your rookies that feel like and look like they're not rookies anymore. But, oh, my gosh. And if those guys keep growing and developing and you get bodies back and you can stay
get
healthy,
the trade deadline tomorrow with the possibility of a big move. Be right back on Brock and Salk.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
Sam Darnold, 12 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 1,700 yards, 68% completion percentage. Great stats. He's only been sacked 9 times.
I think he's been playing great. I'm a big fan. I'm a big Sam Darnold fan. What he's gone through to get to where he is right now, I think it's a really cool story.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
I think as you get older, you do realize it's about the people around you, the connections you do make. You hear me talk about all the time. And I think in sports in particular, and with our baseball team and our football teams now, we know it takes great teammates. And there is no better teammate than First Mark Insurance. I've been talking to you guys for years about this. Molly and I heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories. We decided, why don't we finally pull the trigger? I don't like dealing with insurance. Nobody does. It's stressful. It's confusing, but that's where First Mark, well, they're your teammate, and they're your ace teammate, and they're in the huddle with you, and they've done so for 30 years. They will fully analyze your current insurance coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they have worked with for those years to find you the best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. They're your teammate, and they're an all-pro. They spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this world of insurance. So please don't wait a day longer. Take the First Mark Challenge, just like we did. My family's done. My friends have done. It's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, a full sports book and bar, over 1,000 top-rated slots and table games, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? A site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 6 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Buc-ee's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit Buc-ee's.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167, some things have changed, and some things haven't. Using those lanes without a good-to-go account means you'll receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. You'll always pay the lowest toll rate with good-to-go. No change. Carpoolers now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Does a good-to-go pass still save you $2 on every toll? Definitely not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com. Free Flex Passes while supplies last.
We are well into the rainy season, Seattle, but it's not too late to get your roof replaced. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project this winter. Our certified technicians build a custom plan for your home, ensuring a worry-free installation even in the winter months. Replace your roof now while material prices are low and lead times are short. Stop wasting your time on costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh, just domination, Brock. In front of the entire country, with Chris Collinsworth gloating about this being a Super Bowl favorite by the fourth quarter, as they had just completely taken apart everything regarding the Washington Commanders. Dominance from start to finish. What do you want? You want Darnold? He was great. You want the defense? They were awesome. Here's a sack, one of many.
So here's Daniels on a second down now and 14. A couple of running backs in the backfield. Daniels squirts away from one, can't break a second as Murphy wraps him up and brings him down. It's going to be a loss of 3, make it 2, and Daniels is going to, beg your pardon, Murphy's going to get credit for a sack on that one on the loss of 2.
Yeah, they had 4 sacks attributed to 6 guys, Brock. The defense was stifling. I mean, like Jaden Daniels, even before getting hurt, he had nowhere to go.
Nope. We call him the Big Cat, and I don't think on national television any of that changed. The way he prowled, the way they used him in different blitz packages where he was 2 yards off the line,
awesome
stunting like a linebacker. And then his tongue, it was very much like a big lion.
Yeah.
I mean, just swashbuckling and just spitting.
It's a
fire and
Paul
fury.
Stanley of Kiss style tongue. It's very long.
It was something.
Yeah.
It was something.
Yeah, it got out there on national TV, especially at the end. He even said himself it was going to go viral. Yeah, there was a lot going on there.
Going to be one heck of a meme. So is 16 for 16 for almost 300 in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, like,
goodness, Sam.
What else would you possibly want them to do? They just did one thing.
Run the ball,
Salk.
They're not running it well enough. They're not a run team. That's the problem.
We're going to get to that because your buddy Greg Olsen seems to be trying to make that point. We talked about Sam Darnold. His wide receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba's pretty impressed.
Man, he's just a pro. Love playing with him. Ready throughout the week. He's going to make sure his troops are ready, and he's going to go out there and execute. He's going to play his hardest, and that's all you can ask. Sam just giving his heart, putting it all out there on the field, and we're all going to follow him. And he's just been great for us.
Well, JSN, he's been especially great for you. He's got you on pace for more than 2,000 yards as you come up with another 129 yesterday. He's got to be a JSN dream, right?
Got to be a team dream, man. Yeah. Steady Eddie, right? After all that, that position has been, especially the last half decade or so, with some of the volatility, to just be totally a humble dude, all about others legitimately. And then to spray the ball as accurately as he is doing right now, seeing the game, feeling the game. That was without Cooper Kupp. That was without Jake Bobo. That was without Derek Young. Doesn't matter. Next man up, and next man up was phenomenal last night.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, one of the absolute classics, Brock. One of the absolute classics on Saturday. Game 7 of the World Series.
Did you have a rooting interest by the end of it?
Yes.
Did you sit there and kind of ultimately were rooting for somebody to win?
Yes. But of course, such a pathetic reason why. Yeah. I was rooting for LA.
Yes.
Power over contact. And I'll get to that here at 7:30 because I'm not sure we learned anything regarding philosophy in baseball. I don't think a 11th inning World Series win or loss teaches you anything about the best or worst ways to play this game. But the Dodgers did what they do, right? They did hit some home runs, and they did it in key moments. Down 1 out, top of the 9th.
Payoff. Drilled to left field and deep and gone! No way! Miguel Rojas!
Yeah, you know what? You probably shouldn't have been in a 3-2 count with Miguel Rojas. You got Shohei on deck. Throw that guy strikes, and if he hits it, fine. Why in the world are you messing around with Miguel Rojas righty
because the
on
final
righty?
3 outs, Salk, when you've got a lead in the World Series.
Yeah, they're hard to get, especially when your bullpen has been a challenge all year long, and that's exactly what happened to the Blue Jays in the biggest moment. Rojas, unbelievable moment there, then a great play at second base, then Andy Page just made a great play in center field. I mean, it was just one thing after another before eventually Will Smith hit the go-ahead home run, and then Yamamoto out of the bullpen on 0 days rest to get 8 outs. I don't really even know what to say about that. That is, it's not like when Randy Johnson did that, it was amazing, but at least you're like, all right, this guy is so big, and like Yamamoto's just a normal looking dude, and he just unbelievable. Throwing 4 or 5 different pitches. What a spectacular baseball game as the Dodgers win their 2nd straight title, first to repeat since the Yankees more than 20 years ago, first NL team to do it since the Big Red Machine.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. The Kraken lose in overtime as they continue to find ways to sneak out points, but not wins. They just don't score enough. They barely shot the puck against the Rangers on Saturday, but they steal a point in the standings. Good for them. They got Chicago at home tonight. Lane Lambert wants them to focus on their face-offs, Brock.
Well, we were 39% on face-offs tonight, so we clearly, it's an area that we have to improve on, continue to work on, and it's a pivotal area of the game because if you're in your own zone and you're losing face-offs, you're giving up opportunity and you're spending time in your own zone. So we have to be better off face-offs.
Should have hired my guy Vaughn Rohde, who became the face-off coach for the Winnipeg Jets. Go hire Vaughn. That's what he does. He lives here. Got to get better on face-offs. Huskies, Brock, crack the top 25?
Sure do. Don't play.
Sometimes that's the best way to move up.
I mean, you beat BYE. took care of business, and now you're ranked. First time for Jed Fish in a couple years. Pretty cool.
I knew for a fact today that you were going to say they beat BYE. I
you
knew for a fact that was coming.
Really?
I knew it. I was thinking about it yesterday. Oh, Brock's going to make a BYE reference.
And I knew for a fact you were rooting for the Dodgers.
Did you? I don't think it was that hard to figure out. You know me.
Yes.
That's everything you need to know.
Down
Quarter
with
past
OPP.
every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Yeah, I got like 3 or 4 quick conversations on that game specifically and on the series just to kind of wrap up this baseball season. It is a big football day. We do have Mike Macdonald at 9:30. I'll just tell you, he was as good this morning as I can remember him being all year. He was awesome.
Get out of the way, Mike. Just get out of the way, Mike.
He was open. He said that for sure. He called himself an idiot. He told us about their trade ideas and what's going to happen. I mean, he was awesome. So that's coming up at 9:30. We taped that before the show. I do want to come back to 3 or 4 things from Game 7, Brock. And yes, what did we learn about the philosophical ways to attack a baseball season and a baseball strategy? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's shooting. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Yeah, I think a lot about retiring. I love to travel and can't wait to do that in retirement. And as I've gotten into my late 40s, it's at least somewhere on the horizon. Yes, a morning like this after a big win, I have no interest in going anywhere. But if you do want to think about retirement 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 25 years down the road, whenever it is, the earlier you start planning for it, the better it's going to end up being. And that's why you talk to Trajan Wealth. You can call them for an introductory meeting at 206-466-3300. Pretty legit here. They got core philosophies, including low expenses, manager tenure, and tax efficiency. That's so key, learning how to deal with the tax system so that you're not paying more than your fair share. Just a couple key qualities that differentiate a Trajan Wealth portfolio from that of their competitors. So if you got an old 401k and you're not sure what to do with it, yeah, call Trajan Wealth and just get a second opinion on how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Again, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300, or go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit ToyotaofKirkland.com and ToyotaofRenton.com.
O'Brien.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
What's your holiday tradition? It's G. Scott here. For me, it's gathering with loved ones around a meal that brings joy. For many families, that tradition feels out of reach. Next time you shop at Safeway, please donate to Nourishing Neighbors. Your gift provides groceries to families across Washington, giving them access to nutritious food and the dignity to shop like the rest of us and choose what's meaningful for their holiday table. Visit nourishingneighbors.com and donate at your Safeway checkout. That's nourishingneighbors.com.
Big Trees is Washington's premier tree sales and transplant company. With over 30 years of experience, Big Trees provides trees of all sizes for residential and commercial projects. Our 30-acre nursery features thousands of trees and hundreds of varieties that thrive in our Pacific Northwest climate. For hours, directions, and to see our wide selection of trees, visit BigTreeSupply.com.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, it's a huge football day, obviously, with what the Seahawks did yesterday. It's a reaction Monday powered by Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. But it was also Game 7 of the World Series on Saturday night, and it was an all-time classic, an instant classic, whatever phrase you like, is one of the best World Series games ever played, and just fascinating to watch. It was a cool weekend, and I did want to go through, 3, 4, 5 quick conversations, Brock, regarding that game and the series in general. I'll start here just quickly. Game 6, Friday night on Halloween, I saw so many Mariners costumes at my house, which was awesome. I saw a bunch of Cal Raleighs, not surprising. The best costume I saw all night was a full Julio baseball card costume. The kid was in like a hollowed out box. It was all homemade, which is always the best. Hollowed out box, wearing a Julio uniform. And then on the back of the box, he had put all like a full baseball card, back of the baseball card with all the stats and everything from Julio's career, all blown up to that size. How cool is that?
What year was that with Topps, with the wood frame?
Yeah,
Gosh,
like
that was so good.
85, something like that.
Oh,
yeah.
Favorite year.
So cool. So yeah, that was probably the best costume I saw.
Any honey buckets?
No, that's funny. Nobody did honey buckets.
Really?
And by the way, by like halfway through the night, Gertie just quit. She's like, yeah, I'm sleeping through this. I don't care how many people come to the door. I'm a dog, but I don't care. I'm not guarding the door anymore. I'm just going to sleep through all of this. But more than that, blown away by how many kids were asking about the score of the baseball game and stayed for even a moment to like peek through our door and watch the game, which was on TV right there, and asked who we were rooting for and talked to who were they rooting for. Like, I don't know, that investment in baseball. I know we hear all the time, kids don't like baseball and baseball's dying and yada, yada, yada. I don't know whether it was just my neighborhood. I don't know if it was just that kids get excited when they see something on TV. I don't know if it was, the Mariners, what they did here in the last, couple of months and the run that they went on, getting kids interested again. Mm-hmm. But there were a lot of baseball fans coming to my door, which was awesome.
I would have to imagine that's it. And when you've got young stars like Julio and Cal that are young, it captivated my imagination in the mid-'90s. I wasn't even that young. What was I in 95? 16? I was in high school, right? But I remember, or 19, I guess, at that point in college. But I remember that. I remember those years so vividly. And I don't think I'm alone in that. And I think a lot of my buddies, Brett McDaniel, Jamie Waltier, Dane Looker, watching the Mariners in this run as well, texted me and their kids' involvement in it. So, no, I think this is a year that will hopefully, and a run here the Mariners have been on, that will hopefully, Salk, do that, build those relationships with the young people that are just like, I got to watch it. I got to be a part of it. I got a taste of it, and we nearly got to the place they were at on a Friday and Saturday.
All right, my bad. It was 87, not 85. I knew it was one off of the 86 season, but it was 87. It was the next year, not the previous year. Thank you to the million people who just texted in who remembered that the wood frame was tops 87.
With the little gold cup down in the bottom.
That was so cool. All right. So cool. That was observation number one. Number two, let's talk through this. Should IKF, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, Lyle, this has been the big debate. Should he have been farther from third base, either with his regular lead or maybe more importantly, his secondary lead on the play that ended up, being a matter of an inch maybe with him out at home plate? I've seen both sides of it. For the most part, a lot of writers blaming him and saying you got to be farther. And then a lot of players saying no. And I saw Eric O'Flaherty retweeting Whit Merrifield. And here's what Whit Merrifield said. He did it exactly right here. The number one rule with the bases loaded and less than 2 outs is you cannot get doubled up on a line drive to the third baseman. So your lead is as far as the third baseman is from the bag. He did this perfect. So that was a player perspective on why IKF did not make a mistake there. Now, the other side of it would be kind of the stat geek sabermetric perspective, and it comes, Brock, from my buddy, Dan Szymborski, who wrote this. Dalton Varsho hit 2 line drives the opposite way in 2025. 2. He hit 52 ground balls this year. Whoever on the team, whether it was IKF or the Jays, prioritized worrying about a hard opposite liner to third base, which Varsho has done once ever, royally screwed up. What do you make of it?
Mm-hmm. You think they have that information in real time to the third base coach who can then share that with the runner at third? You think that they can go to that level of depth and detail?
I don't know. I think that, there's a lot of preparation done, right? Yes, it's a good question. I don't know. I like how you can't look that up on the bench, right? You're not allowed to pull all of those numbers up. I don't know the answer. It's a great question, and I don't know how to answer it. How do you relay that much information in that exact moment? What does this one player do? And I don't know how many things like that you can have in your head or written down or whatever it is. It's a great question. I don't know.
Or if he was just a half step faster.
Yep.
Right? Just one of those situations that it is ultimately the players that are in that competitive environment and in the ring right there for all of these conversations that will follow, right? Just like, unfortunately, Barger the next night or later I guess the night before on Friday night, just misreading that fly ball by that half step and couldn't get back to the bag and ends that game by getting doubled up. It's why this game is so unbelievably cool at times.
It really is. And then other people saying, should he have run through the bag or slid head first? And then I saw another response well, if you do that and you're out anyway, then it's an easy double play as opposed to being able to maybe take him out a little bit with a slide. And I don't know the answer to it. I just, it's a great debate that I'm sure will be happening in Toronto forever. I'm glad that my team did not lose in that fashion because that would be really unbearable to be having that conversation forever and ever. What'd you make of Yamamoto throwing on 0 days rest? And not just the amazing, glorification of what a hero he is, and he deserves every.
I mean, that's
ounce
what
of
his
that.
training. That is what his background, right? That is what their training.
Kind of.
That is what Japanese pitchers do, much more than American pitchers.
Kind of. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I was thinking about it last night. In some ways, yes, they do throw a lot more pitches, and they throw a lot more often than
way more volume.
More volume per game, more volume per week. They throw in the dugout or near the dugout between. When I went to that game in the Tokyo Dome years ago, that was one of the things that shocked me most, was seeing the pitcher between innings throwing pitches to stay warm. It's like, oh my God, their arms are going to fall off. They don't. But those pitchers also, Brock, only start once a week. They don't start every 5 days. They start once a week. They usually, I believe, at least this is how it was a few years ago, 6-man rotation with a day off every week. So they only start 1 day a week. They definitely don't start the next day. So I don't know. Maybe he's just a dude. Maybe it has nothing to do with his training or anything like that. He's just amazing. But I do think it's an interesting idea and something to maybe think about. Are we... do we need to start pitching these guys more and giving them more leeway to throw more pitches to build up their arms?
Tough to say, and obviously Mr. Passon's book, which is kind of the gold standard on that, and now that's been probably 10 years or so, right? When he had done his research about that, then it was not, there was no statistically relevant number to look at and say, yep, that's absolutely the way to do it, because the arm injuries over there were real as well. So it is, I think, by body. I think it is by routine. And I think that guy mechanically is, you want to talk about a delivery that is as smooth as silk.
Right.
Holy smokes.
Just perfect, right?
Yep.
I mean, just ideal. Teach it, put it in the Louvre. Hopefully it doesn't get stolen. Did you see him tip his cap to Vlad? Have you seen that little clip? So cool. Did you see that, Lyle, when Vlad comes up and he gives him just a little quick hat tip before Vlad is up? It's awesome.
In the 11th inning there, when he hit the double off
Just
him?
respect, man. Just absolute respect. And
Game recognizes game.
Yeah.
So.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I was surprised he gave Vlad something to hit. And I'm not even sure he did. Vlad's just an unbelievable hitter. Pull his hands in and do that. All right, last one. I really don't think, and this is sort of the big one.
I got one for you too, by the way.
Okay.
So, yep, you give me your last one.
I just don't think that we learned a lot from this postseason. I thought it was an unbelievable postseason. Maybe, I don't know if it was the best ever, but it certainly was one of the best in the last 20-plus years. That was a tremendous postseason. So many good series.
Well, on the American League
series,
side, I mean, you throw in the division series, you throw in the ALCS, and then you throw in a Game 7, the longest games, or the longest 7-game series in the history of baseball, with the number of innings played, with the extra inning affairs, right, early and then late. Yeah, from the American League side. Now the NL, I think the Dodgers kind of ran through that one a little bit easier.
A little bit, but there were some. I mean, the Dodgers-Brewers series wasn't great, but the others were pretty good. I mean, the Phillies had a good series. Like, there were some decent series in there. I don't know. It was a pretty good postseason. And then obviously a 7-game World Series that goes to extra innings and ends like that. I mean, just.
Yeah, and I think you're right. As far as scheme and philosophies and contact and home runs and strikeouts and all of that, is there a definitive? No, there is never definitive. But I did see, and I don't know if you saw this on, I think it was Friday, Salk, Thursday or Friday. Weekend kind of runs together, and we'll do a whole bunch of football after this. I promise you, as the Seahawks are the national story today. But did you see Adam Jude's piece that he wrote on the offseason moves of the Mariners? This was Friday, because we had some of it Friday morning.
I don't even remember now.
It was the most read story on the Seattle Times over the weekend. It was really well done. And he made a case that the number one move for the Mariners, and this would, if there's anything to learn, I would argue, and Yamamoto's at the top of the list. He said, go get Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, it is an interesting idea. I mean, you'd have to really give up a lot.
Do you see what his trade was? His trade scenario, which was deeper and richer than what.
Let me hear it.
His trade scenario was Logan Evans.
Yep.
Drangelo Sancho. And Felny and Celestine.
I don't know whether the Tigers do that.
Ooh. Top 100 prospects. He compared it to some of the other deals, that guys in the final year is a rental, because you'd be looking at a rental in the final year before you've got to pay him some $400 million.
Yeah, boy, I'd really need to know, Brock, a couple of things.
Because to his point, like if we learn anything, we learn that an absolute bulldog take the ball and shove it. Now the Mariners beat him a couple times. So
well, that's part of it. A, you just show that he's
sort
mortal,
of.
and then B, like
sort of.
I feel like I got to know what else you're doing. If you're gonna are you gonna get Naylor back? Are you gonna I feel like that's a relevant part of making that kind of a bet.
But did you learn that an absolute ace,
yes, I did.
is different than everybody? I think that's the one thing we can all definitively
absolutely
say.
And I think that's a great point. Yes, that I kind of have that written here in my notes. It's like if you've got that guy, it's really important. There were good teams, with contact. There were good teams with power. There were good teams with big payrolls.
Defense and
there were good teams with small payrolls. Power helps. Contact helps. Money helps. Smart decision-making helps. Having good players play their best in the biggest moments helps. Vlad is an example. Shohei, obviously. But also having guys at the back of your roster step up in big moments, whether it was Barger or Rojas, that helps.
But
Pitching
having
helps,
Patrick
decision-making.
Mahomes or having Tom Brady for this century has shown you can elevate above and around any of that.
It was pretty impressive, man, what he was able to do and just how much Yamamoto really shut them down. And in the biggest moments of the series, he was the guy who won them game 6 and 7. A pitcher won game 6 and 7.
And 2.
It was crazy.
I mean,
3. Wasn't even 2. It was 3.
Yes.
3, 6, and 7.
Yes.
That's unbelievable, man.
Did you guys see what the Tigers' reported offer to him was, Skubal, in the first contract offer they threw out there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, it was ridiculous. 4 years for $80 million they offered him.
Oh,
and you think I was crazy for saying he might have taken himself out of that game against the Mariners.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the kind of contract they're offering, dude, I'm out.
Yamamoto didn't take himself out of a game, and it's different when you get paid. But, man, if you're Skubal, why are you putting your rear end on the line for that org if they're treating you like that?
That is an insulting offer.
Yeah.
That's an insulting offer. Yeah, that really is. That's insulting.
Who was the pitcher that went from the Brewers, their ace in the final year of his deal?
Yeah, Corbin Burns.
Corbin Burns, right? So he went for, I don't even think he went for one top 100. Adam did a great job.
Corbin Burns also is not Tarek Skubal.
No, he's not, but he was.
Not Tarek Skubal. He's a good pitcher. He's not Tarek Skubal.
Want to Cy Young?
He's not Tarek Skubal.
But as a rental? To give up 2 top 100?
I'll tell you what, I would make that deal, Brock. The deal you just proposed, I would make it. I'm not convinced Detroit says yes to it, but I would absolutely make that deal. Great baseball talk, great baseball season. It's going to be a fun offseason for these Mariners as well. Time for some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, let's jump in here with 3 good football questions. We'll start. You had people asking.
By the way, I had my deepest takeaways. I think I had 12 takeaways.
I know. I'm excited about it. I'm excited to get to takeaways at 8:30.
It's a tough time.
What are you learning about Sam?
Yeah, had a couple baseball guys, actually. It was fun. A couple guys in pro baseball text me during that game last night just about Sam. And I said, and I was glad they were baseball guys, because I kind of shot them notes back, and I said, it is like these elite pitchers. It's like Yamamoto. It's like these guys when they get in that slot and they just feel their delivery. And as I said to you last week, Salk, on Friday, that just fundamental, repeatable movement. I love Chris Collinsworth. For a non-quarterback, he does, to me, the best and most definitive job in a broadcast of really bringing you from release to footwork to eyes to vision to all the things that the quarterbacks do. And when they put together that really cool piece of talking about his feet, right, and his eyes and how those things work together, it is like a dance. And to have the calmness in the pocket to be able to do that, he couldn't do that in New York. That was not a part of it in Carolina. And frankly, it wasn't even his game at SC. He ran around and scrambled around and made a lot of things happen with his feet. He has become just a pure technician of it. I would also say, and Josh Allen said this after the game, something I've never heard from a quarterback. It is so much more of a pitcher, so much more of what John Smoltz talks about with all these guys. And Josh Allen said basically, in warm-ups, I could feel it. I could just feel it. I could feel my slot being exactly where I wanted to, and the ball, like in a bullpen session, was exploding out of my hands. And I think now for 8 games, we've watched enough Sam Darnold to go, wow, and watch him at practice and go, wow, that is so repeatable. And because of it, the accuracy and the on target and the efficiency is off the charts.
Did you hear Collinsworth take a shot at the Bengals last night? He was like, "Oh, that was actually a." Tirico's like, "Oh,
didn't matter. An onside kick, yeah."
Onside kick is a lot of good. It did him.
Didn't matter. And I love the shout out, by the way, to
I don't
Bob
even know that
Trumpy.
people remember that he was a Bengal. I'm sure most people don't even remember that, but he was.
Tall receiver.
Yeah.
And the shout out to Bob Trumpy. How much of our youth, if it was Keith Jackson for me on the college football side, Salk, there were a lot, right? Enberg was amazing, but that Don Criqui
and Bob Trumpy.
Oh, their voices were so good.
Yeah, they always seem to have like the afternoon West Coast game, right? So I remember I think of them calling like a game in like San Diego in the late afternoon, beautiful weather.
Correal.
Yeah. All right, question number 2. So we've obviously talked a lot about the Geno and DK pivots that the Seahawks made this offseason. What other pivots did they make and changes that have really helped them so far?
Yeah, it really struck me last night in those Gray Zabel numbers. You're going to hear me ask Coach Macdonald about Gray Zabel in our interview today that we taped as they were off the plane at 5 a.m. this morning. And the numbers are real. And the pivot they made, Salk, was instead of going scrap heap, instead of going veteran, instead of going old, instead of going from a valuation that John Schneider and the rest of the department felt like, man, this is the value of guards. They said, no, all right, we're going in. We're jumping in. We're going to take this guy. We're not going to screw around. We're going to take him in the top 20. Yes, a guard. And we're going to go young. And we're not going to go with the Lincoln Tomlinsons. We're not going to go the veteran route. They had done that for so many years. And I think kudos again to their offseason of pivoting and saying, no, we're not doing that. We're going to go young and we're going to go athletic. And obviously the O-line brain trust and all the institutional knowledge in that offensive line grouping with all of their different coaches reinforce that. But we are going to go young. We're going to go athletic. And it is paying big dividends. Are they running the ball as efficiently as they want to? No. Has Sam Darnold been sacked 9 times in 8 games? Yes. And is their pass protection off the charts? With that youth and with that athleticism through 8 games, it is a definitive yes as well.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, and a lot of great ball being played there on the left side of that line. Brock, question number 3.
By the way, that would be no sacks allowed by Gray Zabel through 8 games and a 3.6% pressure rate.
Man.
Again, I asked Mike very specifically about both of those things. If they were real, you'll hear his answer here in a couple hours.
Question 3, the Huskies finally ranked. Why now?
Yeah, I think it's because of the Big Ten. I think that plays a role, that the number 1 and 2 team in the country remain from the Big Ten in Ohio State and Indiana. The fact that they lost to Ohio State and they lost to another ranked team in Michigan. The committee will get together tomorrow night, will be the first committee rankings, right? They're not like the AP or the coaches poll, so they take in 2.5 months of data before they come out with their first rankings. I would envision the Huskies are going to be in the top 25, maybe even better than 24, where they find themselves right now. And then just from a national standpoint, they got a quarterback, right? They got a star. And when you look at his numbers and where he sits in the rankings and the stats, you're like, oh, that's right. Jedd Fisch's pretty good with quarterbacks. Oh, this little kid out there is pretty elite. And oh, by the way, they are 6-2 and beat an Illinois team that's a good team. And on the precipice here, the next 3 weeks of being favored, as I said, in every single one of these games before the old Ducks run into town here in late November.
That'll be a good one. All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Every morning, 7:45, a little football talk with Brock. Just you know what's coming.
Yeah. Honestly, think about, Salk, where you were, and I poke fun at you, and I enjoy doing that. Yeah, every once in a while.
Do you do that?
Well, I mean, from Cal Raleigh's, he's not very intriguing to the first day you watch Sam Darnold where he can't complete a pass and he's throwing picks in the red zone and just how erratic he was. And even the day I was out there at times, he looked a little erratic and a little frenetic. And to think that we would be sitting here today and Sam Darnold would have already thrown for over 2,000 yards, that he'd be leading the league in per attempt and any deep throw accuracy, that he would be 3rd in QBR, 3rd in pass efficiency, 70% completion percentage. And by the way, break the franchise record with 17 straight completions to start the game last night.
Well, so Brock, then I got to ask you about this whole thing with Greg Olsen. Have you read this?
I saw it.
What do you make of this? Because he's now kind of backtracking and this and that. But he is, I don't know.
Oh, you think he took some heat from the 12s?
Well, I think so.
You think the 12s came in?
Here's the tweet from Greg Olsen, who I think you know how I feel about him.
Uh-huh.
Can we all agree on one thing? Seattle is not a good rushing team. They are a heavy personnel passing team. If defenses are striving to stop the run, they are mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
He follows it up. They've exploded offensively this season because Kubiak has built a great scheme around Darnold in the passing game. They're a serious NFC contender. I don't agree with that at all. Do you?
Oh, I think he's looking at the efficiency numbers in their run game, Salk.
No
he's
kidding.
Looking at the negative runs, and there have been too many of those. He is looking at, they've really not yet reeled off one of those games that would squelch that. They did in the preseason. Week number 2 versus Kansas City, did it then, but we've really kind of waited for that game to come to life in the regular season. My hunch is it will, but in the meantime, let's bring in all these personnel groups, and if you're going to leave our guys singled, we are going to absolutely
I think his comment there speaks to, I think, what he believes they're trying to do. And I don't think that's what I don't think they're designing this thing to be a heavy personnel passing offense. I think they want to run the ball, and they've committed to it. It feels to me, and they certainly made this point last night quite a bit, as if the emphasis and just number of times they do run the ball is what's opened up a lot of those passing situations and success. And Sam's been great, and the passing design has been great, and JSN's been great. Doesn't take away from those guys. But are they a team that is trying to just pass the ball out of heavy personnel?
They're a team that is trying to maximize all of their matchups and chase every edge they can. That is who they are.
If they're chasing every edge, tomorrow's a really, really big day because this is their last chance to add to this team. Is there a trade to be made? Is there an edge to be chased? Are there reports out there that the Seahawks are looking big? We'll discuss next on Brock and Salk.
It's the Hawks Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Eamon-Wari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro loyalty for details. Subject to change.
Winter's here, Seattle. Is your roof ready? Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Let us make your roofing project easy this winter. Our certified crews deliver worry-free installations backed by industry-leading warranties, even in the rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
For the first time ever, enjoy 0% interest for 60 months with equal monthly payments. Plus 15% off new windows and doors only from Lake Washington Windows. Voted the best in the Northwest for comfort, quality, and savings. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh man, Brock, tomorrow is the trade deadline. We know what the trade deadline did for the Mariners, and I don't expect it to be the same thing in the NFL as it is in baseball, but a huge day potentially to make yourself even better. And by all accounts, it sounds like the Seahawks might have something brewing. So I got some sound and I got something to read, and I think everyone out there should listen very closely. First, from Jordan Schultz, who has had some Seahawks connections. Jordan writes, I don't know what it is yet, but the Seahawks are for real. And I get the sense they've got something up their sleeve before Tuesday's trade deadline. They're going for it. I mean, that sounds more like something more.
Was that after the game or is that before the game yesterday? Do you know?
I think it was after, but I'm not sure. I apologize. I'm not sure what time. I can go back and check.
The game would probably reinforce it. You play a game like that, I think, or it could reinforce it the other way and say, don't mess this thing up. It's kind of going good and the guys are rolling. But either way, you make a case for both. I think that came afterwards, and it was before.
During.
During?
During 6:30 last night.
Okay.
Yeah, so kind of during the game.
All right.
And now look, it's by 6:30. That game was already basically over.
31-0
Yeah,
at that
it was
point.
already
Yeah.
basically over. But yeah, I mean, I think that's interesting. That sounds anyway. That kind of a thing sounds like more than a depth corner or something like that. I mean, it sounds like a piece that they think could come in and make this team even better. Now, that's one side of this. The other is, okay, so what? Here is Jay Glazer from yesterday.
Going to this trade deadline, it's one team we're talking about, the West here, may surprise you, Seattle Seahawks. They are very aggressive right now for several different positions. The Bears, the Niners, the Cowboys, they're being aggressive as well. I don't think you're going to see any big names, but and the Eagles, too, they're being aggressive.
So he says Seahawks, essentially the most first team he mentions being very aggressive at multiple positions. So to me, that whole idea of are you looking at, the floor or the ceiling, like it could be both. They could be looking to upgrade at right guard, looking to help at linebacker where they could use more depth, maybe looking to do something at corner. I know we've heard the idea of maybe trading Boye Mafe and some interest out there to maybe acquire Boye. Is there room to trade him if you do more? Yeah, that opens up a lot of possibilities.
Sure does. And as Brady Henderson said again a week ago, he reinforced that last night with a tweet. The difference is if you want to try to get quote unquote value back, right? We talk about that term in baseball a lot more than we do in football, though it's coming around because the deadline has been more active over the last few years. Do you want that value now, or would you want to play it out with Reek and Boye and then have a comp pick coming around the corner in 2027? Right? So if you're John Schneider and people want Boye Mafe and they want Reek Woolen because they know you're not going to re-sign him, well, they go and sign big deals. Guess what? You get a 3rd round or 4th round comp pick, but you got to wait. It's not in 26. It's all the way in 27. So I think that's some of the calculations.
Get it if you don't also sign people, though, right? We've gone down that road before where, like, those comp picks can balance out, and the next thing you know, you don't end up getting one.
But you're going to sign your own first and foremost. That's been what you've done for 15 years. So JSN and Charles Cross and Spoon and those guys get, the big bag. Generally, and it's been very few street free agents or other free agents they have signed.
Did Boye play last night? I didn't even notice him last night.
He did, yeah. He rotated in,
and everyone played well. So I'm not criticizing. I just honestly didn't really notice him. I noticed DeMarcus Lawrence a lot.
Yeah, Derek Hall made some
Jenna.
plays
I noticed Derek Hall. I just for whatever he didn't flash, Brock. He didn't flash enough for me to notice him. I didn't feel his presence. Well. If you are looking to upgrade at outside linebacker, there is a name out there again that might be interesting more from Jay Glazer.
Yeah, they did say no originally. And then the last couple of days, a bunch of GMs said, hey, you better check this out because now they're saying yes to us, right? And, whether or not they can get what they're looking for, I don't know about that. But it seemed like a hard no about a week or so ago, and now it's not.
That's Jay Glazer talking about Trey Hendrickson of the Cincinnati Bengals, who lose again yesterday. Is it the time, Brock? Is it time to bring in Trey?
Well, if you were going to move on from a Boye Mafe, then you need that reinforcement, right? You're going
in theory, that would be an upgrade, right?
In theory, yeah, in theory. And as a veteran guy and a whole bunch of production, and certainly as a pass rushing specialist, he's not going to be an early down guy. But yeah, if you're going to make that kind of bold move, I don't think. What do we have here? 9-10 games left. We looked at this. About $1 million a game in cash is what you're going to pay for Hendrickson. So can you now, as the Bengals are saying yes, have the Bengals lost a lot of maybe the value of a Trey Hendrickson? Are they willing to eat a little bit more of that money? Does the rest of the league know that Trey is going to be done and gone from Cincinnati after this year? So how much, kind of power does Cincinnati really still yield in those conversations? Yeah, I think you certainly make the call and entertain it. And this is John Schneider's wheelhouse now. This is what he lives for, right? He loves the draft and all the build-up for it, that acquisition phase. I don't think he loves the free agency acquisition phase. But, they've been active in trade markets before. They make trades. They're willing to take big swings. And now can you find a partner? with that equal sign that you feel calibrates the right way.
What would it look like if you traded Boye for something, and maybe it's a straight up deal. Maybe Boye ends up going to them as part of a Trey Hendrickson deal. But is that something you're willing to do to try to get better? Do you want to make sure you're focused on right guard? Do you want to look at linebacker, depending on how Ernest Jones is feeling today? But even still, that feels like
while, do you feel like, Salk, you want to make that move? Does this locker room need that? Would it inflame even more this locker room of encouragement like it did?
It's really hard for me to imagine that adding Trey Hendrickson to this roster would upset anyone in that locker room. That would be really hard for me to imagine. You're telling me DeMarcus Lawrence isn't going to be like, yeah, let's go. Put that guy on the other side. Rotate him in with me and Hall and Nwosu. And Mike is so creative with finding ways to use all those guys.
Yes, to get them one-on-one situations.
Yeah.
I mean, it is remarkable. Like, even watching last night, it's almost like a hockey line. Like, they run those D-line guys off, and here comes two more. And you run DeMarcus Lawrence and Nwosu off, and here comes Boye or Derek Hall. Like, it just is. And then you run the D-lineman off, and here comes Byron Murphy and Jaron Reed. Like, it just is. It's absolutely the strength of what you need in the NFL, and they've got a whole bunch of muscle to flex there. And the one game you didn't have it, right? The one game, like, honestly, out of 8 here, the only outlier of this season, the one game you didn't have it was the game where Derek Hall and DeMarcus Lawrence don't play, right? Where Derek goes off with the oblique early and D-Law was inactive with that quad. And does that show you, oh, man, how fine of a line that you do walk?
I can't believe how good DeMarcus Lawrence has been. I mean, like, I have that in my takeaways for today. Like, he's just one of those guys. It feels like every week I'm reminded of someone we haven't talked enough about, right? Last week it was Jaron Reed. Earlier it was, Leonard Williams. We're still not talking about enough considering how good he is. And then I just like, man, Marcus Lawrence is awesome.
Monster.
He's been a monster, just an absolute man.
You know what he looks like? He looks like that guy that you played against with the Rams every single year. Whether that was somebody that had been there, whether that was that Leonard Floyd guy they brought in, or like, oh my gosh, we just can't block these stinking guys. Do you remember how awful it felt on the other side?
Yeah.
When you played those Rams fronts and you played that D line and you couldn't handle them and you couldn't block them.
You know what DeMarcus Lawrence is, Brock? He's a grown-ass man. Like, there's just no other way to describe it. That's what he is. He is a grown man. And you see it out there, whether it's taking on blocks or getting to the quarterback or apparently even in the locker room. And we'll hear from Mike Macdonald on that at 9:30. Dude has just brought something pretty special here and deserves some kudos for that. We'll come back. We'll give a whole lot more of those takeaways coming up in 20 minutes. Brock has more takeaways than I can ever remember, so we'll try to rush through them right after Need to Know next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
Sam Darnold, 12 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 1,700 yards, 68% completion percentage. Great stats. He's only been sacked 9 times.
I think he's been playing great. I'm a big fan. I'm a big Sam Darnold fan. What he's gone through to get to where he is right now, I think it's a really cool story.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast. So come check out the Mazda More to Move sales event now. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett or shop MazdaofEverett.com. Based on Mazda USA's retail sales report 2025.
Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel remind listeners many uniformed personnel and healthcare providers will spend this holiday season working hard to keep us safe. These heroic men and women spend long hours away from home, protecting our freedom and providing critical medical care. Please thank them for their many sacrifices and putting their lives on the line for us every day. Happy holidays to you and yours from the entire team at Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel. Family owned and proudly serving our community for over 30 years.
Hey, get in.
What? Who are you?
I'm future you.
Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information on Quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, I know, Brock, you like to talk about giving grades to players and going through the tape after a game. Do you ever grade a whole team? Because if you did, I would imagine yesterday's an A+. I don't know how much better a team can play than the Seahawks did yesterday in every single phase of the game. It was unbelievable.
I mean, they did it to New Orleans, to be fair, earlier this year, that was a similar vibe.
Even better.
Of course it was, because that New Orleans team had like 3 backups, offensive line starters. That's no quarterback. It's early in the year, like at home. No, to do this on the road against an absolutely desperate animal with their backs against the wall and their stud franchise quarterback back, trying to help and trying to be that spark for their team.
On Sunday Night Football in front of the world. Offense was incredible in the first half as Darnold went 16 for 16, 282 yards, 4 touchdowns, no picks, perfect passer rating. He finished 20 of 24 for 330. JSN, 8 catches for 129 yards. Defense was awesome. 4 sacks split between 6 guys. Didn't allow anything on the ground. Turned the ball over with a pick from Ty Okada, got pressure constantly, sent a message to the rest of the league that they're a serious unit. And then special teams, they did their job as well.
Ball comes down on the goal line to Lane as he takes off straight up the middle. The ball comes out. Seahawks dive on it. I think they have it. And they do. The Seahawks recover the kickoff. Lane fumbles. Again, it's about 3/4 of a mile from us. It was tough to see if the Hawks fell on it, but they did. And Seattle, the entire special teams, jumping up and down in the far end zone. And Seattle now with 2 takeaways.
Connor O'Toole comes up with the
fumble recovery, and the offense comes right back out on the field.
That's the old Brandon Peely, Brandon O'Toole.
Sure.
Connor
Combo?
O'Toole. Sorry,
Sandwich.
Combo.
Sandwich.
How about that?
Peely's 340 pounds.
He's running down on kick coverage. It's great.
Well, kind of running down. It's a
He's
little
jogging
more of a jousting. They joust at the 25 and then got his big old body right there in the way and knocked that ball out. And, yeah, just demolition in every phase of it.
Yeah, it was really a spectacular game yesterday. I mean, who you want to talk about? Sam? He was unbelievable. His coach was pretty impressed.
I mean, Sam's execution right now, he's just ridiculous. Just playing decisive, all the things we talked about that he's been doing, but decisive, making smart decisions. Our receivers doing a great job. I thought the protection was really good. So it's just a great win. Arizona here on Monday night, and then we're going back across the country. So we'll get home, refocus, and go get ready for next week.
Arizona does play on Monday night. They get to watch that one, and then they get them at home, and then the Rams around the corner. Cannot be a trap game. Got the trade deadline tomorrow. We just got so much goodwill.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's the thing that is we're talking about it here for a few hours. And, again, Coach was really gracious to come off the plane and off the bus at some 5 a.m. this morning and sit down with us for a good half hour. He was great. But there's just good vibes, just goodwill. Just this team knows when they play their brand, their game, to their capabilities, they're going to be a really tough out for anybody in the NFL.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So Seahawks get to 6-2. Meanwhile, the Dodgers win the World Series on Saturday night. Down 3-2. They win behind Yamamoto on Friday night. And then in Game 7, he comes back to get the final 8 outs of the game and get another win.
Can you imagine?
No, I really can't.
Can you imagine being the Blue Jays like, oh, no.
Right?
Oh, are you kidding? No. That dude, Freddy Krueger died. Put him to bed. He's over. Again? I got to deal with this nightmare?
Yeah, as Dave Roberts said, he just kept going.
For me, at that point in time, I wanted to give, Roki or Yamamoto an opportunity to keep the game, at bay. And then, once he did that, he felt confident that he could stay in his delivery, wasn't going to compromise health. And then at that point in time, even for that third up, he said, Daijobu, means I'm okay. And so for me, I just trusted him, and he came up big again.
That's pretty sweet. In the meantime, I mean, Game 7 had just so many fascinating, interesting plays that will be debated and talked about for a while. The home run from Rojas, the play at the plate, but my favorite of them by far was this.
Fly ball to left field. Hernandez on the run with Pages over his head. Pages runs him over, makes the catch, sends Game 7 to the 10th.
That play was ridiculous.
So good.
It was so good. Yeah. It was so good. I know he came out of nowhere because you're watching it like, where's Kike? Why isn't he just, that should pop up to left. Where is he? Why isn't he there? Oh my God, he's going to try to make a over the head Willie Mays or what Jim Edmonds type catch. There's no way he's going to get there. And don't worry, because Pages just came out of nowhere.
So like Robles, right? Was that game 2 in Detroit or whatever that was, where he just flew out of right field and all of a sudden flew into the screen. They were kind of focusing on Julio, and oh my gosh. Nope, it was Robles to make the play, and it was
also. The bench is cleared in that game, too. We haven't even talked about that. How about the benches emptying and the bullpens coming out after Robleski hit Jimenez? And I was Dude, Jimenez was being an idiot. He pretending to get hit and trying to get hit and all that. Good on Robleski. I thought he handled it perfectly. Yeah, okay. Is that really what you want? Fine, let's go. Oh, it was great. Love the whole thing. Great game. Dodgers win their second straight title.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'm not entirely sure what to make of the Kraken, Brock. It has been a very strange start to this season. They're playing good defense. They're not scoring a lot. They're having a lot of, games go to overtime. Feels like almost every game goes to OT, and then they've lost a lot of those games.
Did they won a game in OT?
Yeah, they've won one or two, but they've lost a whole bunch of them. It's just bizarre how they've played, but they keep finding ways to get back in games. Brandon Montour's been great recently.
Cross ice on a change, Stevenson. Little crisscross with Schwartz. Jaden Schwartz goes to work. It's 9 points in 10 games. A hammer. They score. It's a Monty Mash.
Monty Mash. Oh, that's awesome. Your guy, Jaden Schwartz.
I'm not surprised to see Schwartzy.
No, he's played well.
Year. I know. We spent some good time together. Salk with the Bears and up in Alaska and fishing. I'm not surprised at all.
Well, he's having himself a good year. All right, that is everything you need to know. Oh, the Huskies also cracked the top 25. Good on them. 24th in the AP
and
rankings.
Scuttlebutt, as we talked about the Seahawks being aggressive.
Yeah.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Don't know what it means yet.
Trade
deadline's tomorrow. So what, the Dolphins traded one of their pass rushers today to the Eagles?
Ooh, was that Chubb?
No.
Who was that?
No,
it wasn't Chubb.
It
was the other guy. Yeah, the other guy.
I don't remember his name, but they made a trade.
Phillips.
What is it?
Jaden Phillips.
He's one of the many.
Jalen.
Jalen. Yeah. There are so many Jalens and Jadens right now in the NFL. There are 1,000 Jalens and Jadens in the NFL. I think it might be. And then I read something. What did I read?
What'd you read?
They got a third rounder for him.
I read something about the history of the name Jalen and who was the first Jalen who made up the name. Because it was like a combination of two. I got to go look that up.
Sounds like great sports radio.
No, it was it was a sports related person. It was sports related. No, of course it was great sports radio. Brock, we don't offer anything but. In fact, we've got
so many. The sports update, they traded him to the Eagles for a third-round pick.
I don't care about that. We're going to go back and try to figure out this whole Jalen Jaden thing. We'll be back with a ton of actual game observations and takeaways next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Oh, man. Well, I talk about it getting colder and the daylight going away. Well, that's, magnified now with our falling back over the weekend. It's dark so early. It's going to be dark at 2 o'clock today. It's ridiculous. Anyway, as bad as that can be, don't let those real external factors impact your mindset, impact your health, or your weight. Yeah, instead, use this time to make a final push and just finish the year strong. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic wants to help. They certainly helped me lose 35 pounds in the span of just 8 weeks. That could be you by the time next year starts. We're about 8 weeks away now from the end of 2025. Could be a whole new you, really, even by Thanksgiving. You'd be halfway there. You could use it as a cheat meal to celebrate your success and then finish the year even stronger. And you can look forward to watching those pounds just melt off as you look healthier, feel better, and you do it while eating really good food, all real food that you buy at the grocery store. It starts at just a 15-minute phone call. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightloscclinic.com. And right now, the biggest sale of the year, over $300 off normal pricing through the end of this year, December 31st. How about that? Go to eastsideweightloscclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget. and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to, let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Your old furnace ain't nice, and your toes are like ice. DayandNight.net. This month, Day and Night gives you a free furnace with the installation of an AC or heat pump.
If you're not sure your furnace will make it through another winter, call us to install a proper, long-lasting, efficient heating system backed by our lifetime workmanship guarantee, so you won't be left out in the cold.
Install an AC or heat pump and get a free furnace from Day and Night Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. DayandNight.net.
Does your building company have a strong website? One with a solid organic search presence, engaging prospects, and filling your pipeline? You know, a site that speaks loud about your company. I'm Rusty George. My local agency specializes in creating websites and marketing strategies for building companies, including construction, manufacturing, and material suppliers. We develop strategies and tactics to attract and win more quality business. See how we can help your business get louder at rustygeorge.com. That's rustygeorge.com.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Want to inspire leadership, teamwork, and confidence in your students? At Bellevue Adventures, school groups take on exciting outdoor challenges that build communication, problem solving, and trust, all in a safe, inclusive environment. Great for class trips, leadership programs, or end-of-year celebrations. Learn more at bellevue-adventures.com. Bellevue Adventures, learning beyond the classroom. bellevue-adventures.com.
What's your holiday tradition? It's G. Scott here. For me, it's gathering with loved ones around a meal that brings joy. For many families, that tradition feels out of reach. Next time you shop at Safeway, please donate to Nourishing Neighbors. Your gift provides groceries to families across Washington, giving them access to nutritious food and the dignity to shop like the rest of us and choose what's meaningful for their holiday table. Visit nourishingneighbors.com and donate at your Safeway checkout. That's nourishingneighbors.com.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings, and every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
This hour is brought to you by Trajan Wealth Management.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Brock, Jalen Rose is not the first person ever named Jalen. At least one other existed before him, but he is credited with popularizing the name. His mother created it by blending his father's name, James, and his uncle's name, Leonard. And Rose's rise to fame with the Fab Five, et cetera, ended up influencing many other athletes' parents who followed. So there you go. Jalen Rose. Not the first ever, but the first popularizing of the name Jalen was Jalen Rose. And now there's about 1 million of them in the NFL. So thank you to Jalen Rose, who I almost left you for, Brock. I'm sorry. I'm glad that didn't happen. I'm glad I never that never went that direction.
You cheated on me. But yeah, you didn't.
I flirted. That's all. Now it's just flirting. It was just some innocent flirting with Jalen Rose.
A little demo.
It was just a little flirting, and then I realized how great you were, and I came running back. Let's do some takeaways.
Takeaways.
Jalen Rose wouldn't have as good a takeaways as you have today. That's
No,
for sure.
I feel like this is my strongest. I kind of had a burst of energy after the long road trip. It all went great. True story. This what was it called? Ford Explorer Transit. This big van / RV thing. Made some funny sounds when I picked it up. It was kind of the engine.
Geez.
I was like, oof, is this thing going to make it? Get back and forth, literally. Drop the kids off at the house. I go to return it to the airport, dead as a doornail. It just died. I just ran it right to the ground. Yeah. So thankfully the owner was great, and we worked it out and made fine. But that did happen, and thus energized me for the rest of the night. I was just kind of on a high, and then the Seahawks just put further fuel in that. I mean, absolutely as good as it gets. My first takeaway, Salk, and I love this. Probably the number one thing I took away from Mike Holmgren. I've shared it with our own football team through many of my broadcasts. You play fast, but never in a hurry. I could never play fast enough for Coach Holmgren, right? We got the old Metallica faster. I couldn't do that. But this team is. They are playing fast. But do you ever feel like, Salk, they're like out of alignment, out of whack, and in a hurry and rushed? No. They're great at the line of scrimmage. They make their checks. They get in and out of the huddle. Coach Macdonald talked about the operation, how much he loves seeing the line, get to the line, make your calls, do your shifts, do your movement, do your motions. And they just played with great tempo and great urgency, about as good as it gets, and had Washington on their heels from the beginning. That's offensively. You can make the same case for defensively, the same case for special teams.
Let me play this for you, Brock. You'll like this then. This was Gray Zabel asked about that, the operation and getting to the line of scrimmage last night.
Maybe it was just me, but really crisp to the line of scrimmage today. Was I seeing that right?
Yeah, Justin Otten's going to love that. Coach Otten's going to love that. So, I think when you can put pressure on a defense like that and get to the line of scrimmage and make our checks and calls right away, and then be kind of precise pre-snap, it's really important. And I think that was a point of emphasis in the past week, and it's going to continue to be a point of emphasis.
No lollygagging. I know you loved Anthony McCoy's theatrics as he went in motion and he would bounce around and do all that stuff. Yes. This group, hand in the dirt. Remember I said face mask forward, cleats in the ground, offensively, defensively, special teams, all three phases. Total command, total control.
Takeaways.
Well, I know I wrote about this last night, Brock. I don't think I've ever heard Chris Collinsworth or anyone talk about a Seattle team the way he did in the fourth quarter last night. He called them Super Bowl favorites. He essentially said they have no weaknesses. He said he knows what this organization is like when it gets on a roll, and how the fans all come to each game, even on the road, and just how powerful they can be. He seemed about as all in on this Seahawks team as you could possibly be. They are not currently scheduled for another Sunday night game, but obviously they keep playing like this. I have to imagine maybe one of those two Rams games, the second of the two Rams games.
Maybe the Colts game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of possibilities for Sunday night. I don't know what is currently scheduled for those weeks. I got to look, but I figured there would be a lot of, Washington's beat up. They are, after all, an NFC East team, blue-blooded, this and that. But it wasn't that was not the story. The story was that the Seahawks just kicked their butt and that they were a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Do you see it that way? Are they a Super Bowl contender?
Yeah, they're a Super Bowl contender. Why wouldn't you be at the halfway point? You're tied for the best record in the NFC. You've got second best scoring differential. I think you're a point behind the Rams in scoring differential in the NFC, both trailing Indy. That is it from the AFC. And last night, I think I tweeted this, you have production meetings, right? And you plan. And not only do you have meetings with the other coaches, then you meet as a group, director, producer, graphics, stats, everything. Okay, so what kind of storylines do we got here? How deep in the emptying the barrel can we get? They emptied the whole barrel. There was no more Seahawks story to share last night. The Leonard Williams spear fishing, that doesn't get in a tight ball game. That got in like the third quarter. So they had to go storylines galore. There was nothing left in the tank.
They must have had something. They had graphics for it.
Oh, you build those things hoping you never have to get to those.
Oh, really?
Oh,
no. Come on. They wanted to get to that.
Salk, here's contingency plan D, E, and F. Once we get through A, B, and C, here's contingency plan. They got to Z last night. They had to share every imaginable story they possibly had to keep people watching in a game that was otherwise
So,
not
by the
compelling.
way, Indy Seattle is the first week of December.
Yeah.
The Sunday night game right now is Minnesota Dallas. Now, I know they don't like giving up on Dallas, but that does not seem like an A-plus game.
Yep.
There are other good games that weekend as well, but that one just sort of jumps out as a possibility.
Nice.
They can't flex the LA-Seattle second game because it's a Thursday night game already. So you're really probably looking at that Indy game, I would think, as kind of the one option that could end up getting moved into Sunday night. Yeah, it seems like the best bet. Okay.
Takeaways.
Ms. Mora?
I saw this morning, so I didn't have this in my takeaways last night. But Nikki Habvala, who covers the Commanders for The Athletic, had some stats that stood out to me. Sam Darnold was pressured on only 3 of his 24 dropbacks for a career low pressure rate of 12.5%, while Jaden Daniels was pressured on 17 of his 34 for a career high pressure rate of 50%. I just feel like that is winning in the trenches in a way that we've been clamoring for
100%.
for so long.
100%. And even one of those pressures, the interception, was blocked, and he kind of shuffled into that, about the only negative play of the night, right? And, I mean, he just was not – was he hit hard at all last night? Sam Darnold take a shot last night?
No. I don't remember him getting hit once.
I mean, the little flip, awesome little dive, check down to Charbonnet. It was awesome. A little bit of contact, but he got on that plane like, how we doing, boys? There were some sore bodies. There were some guys nicked up. That's what happens. But not him. He had to be feeling pretty good. Those are very compelling numbers, Maura.
Takeaways.
So just how good has Sam Darnold been this year?
How good has he been, Brock?
Well, I went back last night, so I decided to take a look at that old QBR. Trent Dilfer and the Brain Trust at ESPN years ago.
Sure.
Trying to put together their own algorithm that takes into account sacks and decision-making, turnover-worthy plays, anticipation, accuracy, on-target throws, all of those things. How good has Sam Darnold been this year? Sam Darnold has had 3 games with a QBR above 97. 97.3, 97.5, 97.8. Those are not FM dials. Those would be the QBR rankings versus the Saints, the Buccaneers, and last night the Commanders. Wow. 97.8. Can I add some context to that? Last year when he was in Minnesota and was an MVP candidate and led them to, what were they, 14-3? I mean, a ridiculous run there in Minnesota. Did he ever have, and what were his highest QBR games last year? Do you know what they were, Salk? They were 81.5 and 81.9. Really good games. Nowhere near these A to A-plus grades he's gotten this year. He didn't have a 90 grade last year in any game for Minnesota. Not one.
That's
amazing. How about earlier in his career?
So he's been legitimately better than he was even last year.
Oh, way better. Not even close. Not even close. Now, he had a ton of touchdowns last year. I think he ended the year with 34 touchdowns.
Wow.
So he's on pace for close to that now. What's he got? 17 after his 4 last night. So, yeah, I guess he's on pace for that. But my goodness gracious, and over the course of his career, did he have any game in Carolina, any game with the Jets? What's funny is his very first start in 2018, he had an 82.5, higher than any game last year in Minnesota. He had not had a game in the 90s in his career. He only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games in the 80s over his first 7 years. Yeah, he's just on a different planet right now.
That's unbelievable.
Takeaways.
Did Bobby play last night?
Salk. That's Storm co-owner Bobby Wagner, who came in the Storm
I love
jersey.
Bobby Wagner.
Watch
I
your
honestly, like, halfway through the game last night, I was like, oh, wait, Bobby's
Let's
playing.
just focus on ourselves, okay? Can we just focus on ourselves?
He just wasn't a factor last night. I thought
7 tackles.
You put him in space, and it's a lot harder at this
But I didn't see that either.
stage.
Like, I didn't
Oh,
see
yes,
that.
you did.
Oh, did I?
Oh, yes,
I didn't
you
see
did.
him getting burned. I honestly just didn't really notice him a lot over the course of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get burned a couple times?
I mean, did you see a lot of the green grass in the middle of the field to throw?
But I saw green grass everywhere for them. I mean, like, I thought the Seahawks just completely took apart the Commanders. I didn't think it was a Bobby Wagner thing.
No, it's not a bot. They're corners. They're safe. None of them could do anything. Could do anything. They couldn't pressure Sam. They couldn't hit Sam. They couldn't cover. If anything, they stopped the run decently effective after the first quarter. So he plays a little bit of a role in that. But that is an old team. That is a beat-up team. That is an injured team. And that's a team that looks like their season
I mean, it
is
looked
over.
like a team a year ago that was on its way up, and they just have completely fallen apart. Just the other side, the last thing on the Commanders, it was really sad to see Jaden Daniels go out like that, man. I hope it's not going to be for that long. I really like him. I like him a lot. He plays the game so hard, so well. He's so fun. I love the way he runs. There were so many times, and they sacked him, what did we say, 4 times?
4 times.
He probably got out of 5 more just by, and not like looking to run, just escapability, just sort of gracefully running away from sacks, and then accurate on the run, accurate from the pocket. I love that guy. I love that he refused to go out on the cart. I loved everything about him.
He doesn't
and unfortunately,
flinch. He doesn't flinch, even when he gets hit, harassed, and sacked.
Yeah.
I will say, and I know it was a concern of him coming out, he is so slight.
I know.
He is so slight. It's one thing for Lamar. Lamar is slight, but he's not that slight. Lamar's got to have at least, I don't know what the
Lamar's
roster
also
is.
faster.
10 or 15 pounds. I don't know. They're
That
both pretty-
acceleration that Lamar has, I think, is
Yeah.
different and unique. Sorry. But
yeah.
I really enjoy that kid. I really hope he's okay. I would love to see him kind of turn that whole franchise
I'm
around.
thankful the elbow
I really
didn't
like him.
pierce the skin. It looked like it was about ready to
Yeah,
come
no,
out of
it's
his-
not even broken necessarily. It's a dislocated.
Dislocated elbow.
Yeah, we'll see
Yeah.
what that means.
That hurts.
Takeaways.
This rookie class is so impressive in a way that's much more than just contributions. Like, I don't know where they'd be without some of these guys, especially with the injuries that they've suffered this year. I mean, you have Cooper Kupp out, and Torrey Horton has 4 catches for 48 yards, 2 touchdowns. Elijah Arroyo adds a touchdown. Eman Warrior's all over the place to the point where they're marveling about
he's
him on the
good.
broadcast. When he took on that blocker and then one-handed tackled the run carrier.
He's awesome. He's so fun.
Yeah, and then Gray Zabel, we talked. Well, you'll
You
hear
know
us
what Nick
talk
Eman
to
Warrior
Mike
is?
Macdonald about him.
He's everything I was hoping Jamal Adams would be.
Yeah,
He's everything I hoped that Jamal Adams would be. I love him. I remember I kept saying, "Let me love you, Jamal."
Yes.
I already love Nick.
do remember that. It was
He's
awkward.
letting me love him. He makes all those plays that I thought Jamal Adams would make.
Yeah. And then Gray Zabel's incredibly good. Hasn't allowed a sack yet this year. And then Robbie Oots is impressive. I mean, it's the contributions they're getting, like I said, and it's even more than just contributions here and there. I don't know what they would do without these guys.
So what happened? What happened in 2020 to turn this thing? Is it just the way that the draft goes? Is it just such a crapshoot that you really don't know?
Could be.
Something tangibly had to happen. Was it more of a voice for John, the scouting department, new people brought in? Because in 20, I mean, just look at these drafts. Excuse me. Let's go back to 22, not all the way back to 20. Let's go back to 22. Cross, Mafe, K9, Abe Lucas, Kobe Bryant, Reek Woolen. 23, Devin Witherspoon, JSN, Charbonnet, Derek Hall. Oh, no, by the way, Ty Okada and Drake Thomas as waived undrafted free agents. Last 24, Byron Murphy, A.J. Barner, Sundell now started as undrafted free agent. Tyrese Knight this year, to Morris Point, Zabel and Eman Warrior and Arroyo and Horton and Oots. Like, what happened? Was it a commandment from the top? Was it a realization that let's get back to some business? Was it some changing within the department? Like,
I don't know. It's a great
was it
question.
more of
because
John Schneider's voice and less of Pete's impulsive hormonal voice?
I don't know. I know that things had gotten, there were a bunch of years in there, Brock, where we talked about, like, man, these drafts are just not giving them enough. It was almost a decade of that, and that's totally changed. Maury, you're absolutely right. What you got from the draft picks yesterday and throughout this season has been incredible.
Well, and Brock's even mentioning guys that they weren't getting the most from before, like Mafe and Okada and Sundell. So you have to give them credit, Macdonald and Schneider, for what they did this offseason in building a more cohesive coaching staff that goes along with their
The
personnel.
Hawk Blogger
too.
put together a great piece on identity. I think that is a word that you and I have bounced around a lot. He sent it to you and I, so it's a great article. And it talked about Mike Macdonald, and in this offseason in particular, after a year under the belt, like, okay, now let's all get on the same page. We couldn't do it the year before. We were all trying to just assemble a staff to be at the Senior Bowl, to be at the Combine, to be different than others. Other teams don't do that. They don't send their coaches those places. And Mike was like, oh, over my dead body, we're going to all get on the same page. You're going to know exactly what I want, what I need in my system, and what I'm going to listen to you guys. And, boy, that back and forth is cultivated an off season for the ages as it sits right now.
Takeaways.
Speaking of Torrey Horton, you know how many catches he has this year, Salk? Total receptions. Don't look at it. Total receptions on the season.
I know he had 4 last night. 10?
He's got 13 receptions on the season. Do you know how many touchdown receptions he has?
He's got 4.
5. More than JSN. I think JSN's got 4. He's got 5 on 13 receptions.
Sounds like JSN's really not pulling his weight.
Throw in a punt return touchdown as well. I mean, just to pay off Morris' point further about the explosiveness. Right? Remember, they signed the guy and gave Valdez-Scantling a little bit of money, and it's been offset now, so whatever. Veteran guy that could run, take the top off. No, that's Torrey Horton. The dude is that electric and fast. Some more numbers I went back and dug last night. Russell Wilson in 10 years in Seattle averaged 2.8 sacks a game.
Okay.
Geno Smith in Seattle for 3 years averaged 2.6 sacks a game. Sam Darnold's been sacked 9 times in 8 games.
Wow.
He's been sacked 9 times.
Now, some of that is the offensive line, right? And some of that is
there is no question.
Russ taking the time to make a play. I mean, like, it's not as simple as that.
Figures don't lie, liars figure, and you could spin it any way you want.
But those are still compelling numbers.
1.1 versus 2.6 and 2.8.
Wow. Those are compelling.
Very compelling.
Really compelling.
It's the O-line, it's the play calling, it's the sequencing, and it's a quarterback. And how fun is it? Are you now to the place where I am? When Sam hits that 5th step and throws, hits that 5th step and hitches and throws, and all of a sudden, kind of like a fly ball that every Yankee fan thinks is a home run the minute it's off the bat. Do you kind of find yourself, like, especially
have
on
a lot of confidence.
anything down the field going, I can't wait to see where this lands.
Yeah.
Oh, Arroyo. Oh, Horton. Oh,
There's a guy wide
JSN.
open. It's really
Pretty
remarkable.
stinking cool.
Takeaways.
Well, the other thing they've done really well, Brock, and certainly yesterday, was red zone and even high red zone. So I was just thinking about where they scored from. They scored 6 times in the game, right? 5 touchdowns, 1 field goal. 2 touchdowns were in the red zone. 2 touchdowns were high red zone. So 25 and 26-yard strikes, right?
I love when you talk football.
Yeah,
like that.
I'm here for you. 1 long kind of broken play, the Cody White touchdown. And then the field goal was the only field goal they took, and that wasn't a failed drive. It was just the end of the half. And frankly, if JSN is an inch farther to the right, they might score another touchdown there because they would have had a timeout and an opportunity with another high red zone situation with at least 1 play to make. They were unbelievable in those spots. Unbelievable. What is it that is given? Because I can just see it. I don't know why. Why have they been so good in the red zone and especially high red zone?
They work on it a ton. You know that. You watch it in OTAs. You watch the amount of reps and in walkthroughs and in practice. They rep those situations so doggone much. But you now have matchup advantages. You have Horton's speed and quickness. You see him off the ball. You see JSN off the ball. Like, they cultivate those matchups. You have an Arroyo that runs a 4.5 at 255 pounds. And that was not a linebacker. That was like a nickel safety on him on the seam route that he ran right by him. Obviously, K9 is a super explosive guy in space. So you've cultivated a bunch of mismatch makers who, in their one-on-one opportunities, are making the most of them.
Takeaways.
Maury, you got one more. Brock, you had so many.
That's okay.
All right.
Morris got another one.
Well, this one's quick. It's just,
And
we
another
wanted
one.
the Seahawks
And
to get
another
more attention or credit from the national media. But one thing I don't like to see is that Ted Wynn from The Athletic posted Clint Kubiak could be the hottest head coaching candidate this offseason. That comes with getting more attention. You don't want to lose him now that we actually have an OC that's working
Kubiak
here.
sucks. Okay, he sucks.
He's
okay, let's
bad.
just get that narrative
He's bad.
down. Just bad.
He's just flat bad.
Why would you call a 3rd and 1 fade route?
Yeah.
Dude's completed 17 in a row. You're
For the
gonna
record,
call
that was
fade
bad.
route?
Why are you calling it? I do have that in my notes. 3rd and 1 fade.
Seriously?
Out of here.
Dude's never going to throw an incompletion until you throw a 3rd and 1 fade.
What was the guy's name who used to call those 4th and 1 fades?
Bates.
Jeremy Bates. Get out of here with your short yardage fades. All right, bro, you can take him from here. Give me rapid fire.
Well, we talk about culture, and I'll mention this to DJ tomorrow, right? Biggs run, Little's tackle, and I'm going to add a third element to it because when you watch the game tape, and I know Bumpus is going to be thrilled to talk about this too, watch these freaking receivers block. Watch Torrey Horton, who's in a tight alignment, block the backside of a run. Watch Cody White decleat. It was on one of the runs.
That one.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Watch him. He's mauling people, and he's attached. These are not detached. I'm blocking little itty bitties. You're going to go back in there, and you're going to, maybe a safety come downhill. Maybe it's going to be an edge player. Maybe it's going to be a linebacker, and you're going to stick your face in the fan, and you're going to go block them. Biggs run, Little's tackle, receivers block. You want a couple more Biggs run? How about Leonard Williams chasing down Jaden Daniels?
How great was that?
How about Brandon Peely on kickoff cover? Yes, he's not running 50 yards. He's still got to run. He's still got to avoid a little joust. He's still got to put his big
Byron
body
Murphy
in there.
over on the sideline for one.
Sheesh.
You know who else I thought played well was Mike Morris. He's in there playing some pretty good football. Like, man, one after another.
Pretty awesome. Okay, hit the sounder.
Takeaways.
For 2 years, we had to wonder, are they ever going to score on an opening drive? Like, they went, seriously, a whole football season, a half of the next before they scored on an opening drive. How about that execution on the opening drive? How about overcoming a 15-yard chop block? Remember when those just killed drives? And it's like, oh, here comes Michael Dixon. Punt's coming, no chance. And a false start on a 3rd and 1, tush push where they're kind of out of whack. And, here comes the field goal. No, we'll overcome on both of those. And we'll go down and score. And they've done it multiple times this year on multiple opening drives, and you just set the tone that way. Much like this offense has this season, this is a different Seahawk crew in 2025.
One more?
Takeaways.
One more. If I was doing that broadcast last night, the one thing, and I love Collinsworth, as I said earlier, for a non-quarterback, he talks about QBs and the whole thing as well as anybody, but I would have shown the number of times Sam Darnold threw with anticipation. The number of times, and you could just take little still shots. The ball is out of his hands. Torrey Horton's little corner route, right? That ball is out of his hands before he's out of the break. The little slant route on that opening drive that he throws, he loves throwing those inside slants. I hated throwing inside slants. He loves them. And that ball is out before the receiver, JSN, turns his head. The number of times that seam route to Arroyo, he was even. And then he was leaving, and that ball was leading him into the end zone. The number of times this dude is playing, Coach Macdonald calls it decisiveness. I call it anticipation. It's the exact same thing. He is throwing people open and doing so as well as anybody in the NFL right now.
There you go. Those are takeaways from a great win, dominant win from the Seahawks last night. I'll also just throw out DeMarcus Lawrence. It's been awesome. Better than I thought he'd be. I did not think he had this much left in the tank, man. He has been, and that's not a pun on his nickname.
You don't have to play 70% of the snaps, Salk. You get to play 50% of the snaps. You get to rotate in. You get a hockey line that you believe in behind you and even behind you. And
man-child.
Yeah. I mean, we watched Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill and those guys, even later into their career. When they play 50% of the snaps, they can be absolutely elite.
I asked Mike Macdonald about him, and you guys will hear that coming up at 9:30. I loved his answer on DeMarcus Lawrence. I mean, you could just hear the love and respect that he has for that guy come pouring out. It was pretty cool.
He is
really
to
like
the defense what Cooper Kupp has been to the offense. How about Kupp last night?
Right.
How about him just charting plays, got film? Like, he looked like another coach down
Remember
there.
we used to talk about Marshawn being up in the suite, or maybe not even there during games. Yep, things are different. This is not the same team as what we watched a decade or so ago. And for whatever reason, there's one guy out there that just doesn't seem to get it. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Takeaway. Player Spotlight.
Tight end A.J. Barner is with us. How are you, man?
Doing well. It's good to be on here.
Brought to you by Three Tree Roofing.
The rookie on this O-line, Gray Zabel, is with us.
Sam is an elite quarterback.
Going deep with a different Hawks player every day at 3:30 with Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports.
Every time he walks into the huddle, we know we got a chance for a big play.
Nick Eamon-Wari is with us.
I felt good physically going into the game.
Catch up on every Hawks Spotlight on Seattle Sports on YouTube and the Seattle Sports app.
After
years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery, and I'm talking about stem cell therapy. Well, and my buddy and co-host Bob Stelton, also in pain, and decided to go see Dr. Wagner.
I had a hip issue from 14 years of jiu-jitsu.
How's the pain now?
Everything I did before, I can do just as well. Hitting the heavy bag, sparring, rolling, all of that is back in play. This whole thing has been such a pleasant surprise because I really was of the mindset, I'm going to have to go under the knife. I'm going to have to get surgery. And this really saved me from that. I could not be happier with the results.
Whether it's a hip like Bob had, a shoulder, a knee, a wrist, an ankle, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
Do it. You will not regret it.
Hey, get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manner.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Digging the Seahawks team, man. Nothing not to like. And it's funny as that sound plays in the intro to this hour. They got a lot of what appear to be really good dudes. And I thought it really came out last night watching the three guys after the game and just their relationship with each other. They're just a different vibe than the LOB. I mentioned that earlier, but I'll say it again. Like they don't feel very similar. It just is a totally different style of team, style of personality, style of coach. All of it, style of quarterback. I mean, like each part of this team feels very different. Doesn't mean it's not good. I like that it's not a redux. I like that we're not calling them, the Little Legion, the Boom, or Boom 2, or whatever. Like, they're just their own team. I just think that's great. And the personality is maybe a little more fun-loving than the LOB. I loved what the LOB was at the time. It's not a shot at them. It was great. Their total toughest guy on the block mentality was amazing. And this team feels anyway from the outside. I'm not in the locker room. I don't really know what they're like personality wise, but the vibe I get is much more like, yeah, we're going to kick your butt and then just sort of have fun afterwards because we're just a fun-loving group of dudes.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy the conversation tomorrow that you kind of emailed us and kind of save it for tomorrow as far as like the irreplaceable players. But as you start to, and I'm always a little nervous about your lists. I mean,
stop it.
I think the audience.
How dare you? Yes. How dare you?
But as you go through those guys at the top of the list, this team reflects much of their personalities. I think that's what you're kind of talking about there. And, for better or worse, and there was a lot of better, the worst was the ending of it. But the better was, man, Coach Carroll cultivated, be yourself, be who you are. Earl, be a madman. Sherm, be a loudmouth. Cam, be a silent killer, right? Bobby, be who, like they all, Bennett, just go nuts and kind of cultivated all of that individuality. And I don't think Mike, is like cutting that off at the knees and you're going to come in here and you're going to do it my way. I don't think there's any of that. But just the group is a lot more about others. And that starts, I think, with Mike and it starts with Sam, kind of the two main cogs in any football program, the head coach and quarterback. And when they're honestly about others, as you're going to hear Mike Macdonald say, just get out of the way, Mike. Which will hopefully be a sounder we can use on our show for some time. Just get out of the way, Mike. So who's the one naysayer? Who do you got? You tease somebody still.
Well, I don't know if it's really a naysayer, but it's just this Greg Olsen thing.
Who is it?
It's Greg Olsen. And he says he's not a naysayer, and it's a compliment and this and that. Maybe it's more of just a misunderstanding of what they're trying to do, but he's going on and on about how the Seahawks aren't a good running team or aren't even a running team. They're just a team that likes to throw the ball out of big personnel. And I don't think that's right. I'm not saying they've had a lot of success running the ball. I'm not blind. I can read the numbers.
I mean, what he would say to you is look at the numbers. If he were here, he would say, I'm studying the numbers. And the numbers say your yards per attempt are bottom 5 in the league. You're not an efficient running team. The numbers would say when you go 12 or 13 or 22 or 21 into your bigger personnel groups, that's where your explosive passes
totally understand. I'm not disagreeing with the numbers. They obviously say that. Obviously. But why is that happening and what are they trying to do? I don't get the sense watching this team that they are trying to throw the ball out of a heavy personnel. I don't get that sense. That's not to say that they don't like to do it. You think that's their goal? Like, hey, how do we get into heavy personnel to throw the ball? I think they want to run the ball. And as much as they commit to it and as much as they try it over and over and over again and they force people to respect it, they love taking advantage of them once they've started to respect the run. They love doing it. But you feel like that's the goal of this team? I don't think so.
I think it's what you're going to hear from Mike in about 30 minutes when you asked him, hey, can you take this whole complimentary ball a step further? And it is, on any given Sunday, in any given matchup, we want to be able to win that game by whatever means possible, complementing our personnel, complementing that style of game, Salk. This really, if you think about like who saw this explode, it was your Patriots, right? With Aaron Hernandez and Gronk getting into 12 personnel, and Aaron Hernandez could really run like Arroyo can really run, right? And Gronk could really block like AJ Barner and Callerup and the whole rest of the crew. Saubert, all those guys can really block.
I remember you teaching me about that year, right before the Seahawks beat them in 2012, and going through how challenging it was to deal with those two tight ends, and when they're both on the field, and are you running, or like whatever you want to do.
So what is that personnel grouping putting on? This will be the great study. This will be the great adjustment. This is what the rest of the league will look at. This is what the Rams will
And this is
study
12
in their
and 13
matchups.
personnel, right?
Yeah, this is your 12 personnel. This is your 21 personnel. This is when you got Oots on the field. So 2 backs and 1 tight end, right? But you got bigger people on the field, right? And what are you going to do? Are you going to get in? What I love is they'll get 12 personnel like the Patriots used to, getting it empty. They'll get in a total like nickel passing sets. So what are you going to do defensively? Are you going to keep base on the field? Or are you going to have to put nickel on the field? Right? Are you going to have to put another heavy on the field? And you're going to put 3 linebackers now on the field to deal with our 13 personnel? And now I get those guys in space like Arroyo and Barner? And then I get one-on-ones?
Yeah, I guess what I would describe it as, for me, like what it appears is more of a willingness to throw and an ability to throw out of that, as opposed to that being the goal.
Correct.
That's, I think, where it's not that he's totally off, and I don't think he's insulting the Seahawks. Clearly, you're right. The numbers show they haven't been very good at running the ball. But I don't get the sense that's because they're not good at running the ball. I get the sense it's because other teams are saying you're not going to run the ball.
A little bit, but I would say that Greg Zabel is a better pass protector right now than he is run blocker. Fair. I would say Sundell is a better pass blocker than he is a mover of people in the run game
Charles
right
Cross
now.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would say they highlighted Abe Lucas last night, right? And watching him, and now I think he can do both. I think Cross can do both. But as far as your interior, I think those guys are better pass protectors than they are just people movers right now. Now, in time, can that change and develop? And, can they get a little better at that? So why not also play to your strengths of your personnel, which is your pass protection right now that is, save for Bradford at times.
I don't think all that works unless you continue to commit to the run. And they have. I mean, what was it? Weren't they exactly even yesterday? Was it 24 and 24? Something like that. It was, if it wasn't even, it was very close to it once again. They are not I know they're running up passing yards, but this doesn't feel like a passing team.
This is a physical
It's
team.
not a finesse. And I think that's the problem with what Greg says, is it feels a little too close to a finesse team. And I don't think they're that at all. Nor that they're not even a finesse team out of big personnel. They want to beat you up. They want to run at you. They want to make you commit your resources to defending the run game and then beat you with JSN and beat you with those tight ends or
That's a
Torrey
good
Horton.
number. That's a good number, Salky. It started with Molly Hills back in the day, the number 24, followed by Marshawn Lynch, the number 24, followed by 24 hours in a day. Maybe that preceded it. And last night, you're exactly right. 24 runs, 24 passes.
Do what I can.
Almost 9 yards of play.
I actually got one right for a change. It's a rarity, Brock. Usually I get those stats wrong. Yeah, no lists. No, we got a good one tomorrow. We're going to talk through this one together. It's not a full list. This is one we're going to talk through together tomorrow. All right, Mike Macdonald is coming up in 20. We will ask him about all of that. And you got to hear his answer on DeMarcus Lawrence. You got to hear his answer. You got to hear why he called himself an idiot, quite frankly. That's all coming up in 20 minutes after Need to Know next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
Sam Darnold, 12 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 1,700 yards, 68% completion percentage. Great stats. He's only been sacked 9 times.
I think he's been playing great. I'm a big fan. I'm a big Sam Darnold fan. What he's gone through to get to where he is right now, I think it's a really cool story.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and if you were watching the hometown football team last night, you saw sprained MCLs, a dislocated elbow. You saw a lot of traumatic injuries, but you don't have to play pro sports or football to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you hear my voice right now this morning, and you wake up with painful joints from arthritis, and it affects you. It makes it hard to do pretty much anything. It affects your quality of life. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, that is where he is ready for your call this morning. 425-823-4000. 823-4000. Here's what you got to understand about Dr. Nelson. He is the only doctor in this state with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train. Not Dr. Nelson. This has been his heart and his passion for over 3 decades. So whether it's PRP or stem cell therapy, he's got every tool in the bag, and he knows how to use them. Give him a call this morning if you're living in pain and it's affecting you and your quality of life. 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
For the first time ever, enjoy 0% interest for 60 months with equal monthly payments, plus 15% off new windows and doors only from Lake Washington Windows. Voted the best in the Northwest for comfort, quality, and savings. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III!
Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
It's game time, and Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota Renton are lining up with a roster that's built to dominate the field. The gas-powered RAV4, built to power through every drive, rain or shine. Or switch up the play with the hybrid RAV4, versatile, efficient, and always moving the chains. The Tacoma, tough, dependable, and clutch when it counts. And now, taking the field, the all-new 2026 Toyota Tundra, redesigned, powerful, and built for the big moments. Whether you're in the north or the south, Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton have your winning ride. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, buy low, sell high. There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with 0 investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Pretty good recipe for success. Get up early and then just keep adding and adding and adding and playing great defense and getting them to turn the ball over. The Seahawks followed it to a T. Already up 7-0.
Looking at a 3rd down and 8. Charbonnet stands beside Sam Darnold in the shotgun. Darnold takes the snap. He's going to let it fly. He's got a man in the end zone. Touchdown, Seahawks! It's Torrey Horton, his 2nd touchdown catch of the night from 25 yards out. And that was just a beautiful lofted pass into the back corner of the right side of the end zone. Torrey Horton comes up big. Injuries have hurt this receiving core. It hasn't hurt Torrey Horton nor Jackson Smith and Jigba. The Seahawks on top now, 13-0.
Pretty good day for Torrey.
Somewhere I imagined Doug Baldwin watching that game last night and jumping off his couch like you did when that center fielder made the grab in the 9th inning. Like when they showcased the releases of Torrey Horton and JSN on that play, like Doug was like, he probably didn't jump up. He probably didn't have to yell. He probably just had one of those, yeah. Yeah, that's how I used to do it, kids. Just like that. It was sick. 13 receptions, 5 touchdowns, throwing a punt return touchdown. Yeah, first half of this rookie season for Mr. Horton, I would say exceeding 5th-round expectations. Just a little.
Yeah, it was a really good win overall. I think just the completeness of it. I mean, just each of the 3 phases, the run game, the pass game, the run stopping, the ability to defend the pass, the special teams, all of it just coming together for a team that's playing really good ball right now.
Great win. Man, just really proud of our team, our approach the whole week coming out of the bye. You know, we got guys banged up, even guys throughout the game. But, you know, this is the stuff that we preach on how we train our guys. And, you know, we're really bringing, like, the ready squad and the 70 to life here. So that's probably what I'm most proud of is the guys stepping in, upholding the standard, you know, the mentality of the team when we get leads to try to finish the game the right way. So, you know, Sam, our offense did a tremendous job, especially in the first half. Really a great team effort, great game plan by our coaches.
I'm really hoping Salk as well, and with that ready squad, to like Nick Callerup running up and down the field. Special teams yesterday was awesome. He's 270-pound tight end, undrafted guy out of Minnesota. To watch Ty Okada, I hope I'm as wrong on him as I was on Edward Bizzardo. Right? The human white flag was like, and then all of a sudden he becomes one of the most important pieces with Julian Love on IR. And my thought, like, you got to go get a safety. Got to find somebody else. This guy's too little. He can't tackle. He can't do that. But what he can do is run. And now that he's playing, you see his instincts come to life. A big pick last night. Sheesh, man alive. This roster right now is thriving.
Yeah, they really just look unbelievable. 6-2 now on the season. They get the Cardinals in town this week, a very winnable game, certainly. And then hopefully they're not looking ahead because they got a big showdown with the Rams the following week.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
It does assure you, though, that regardless of what happens against the Cardinals, if you beat the Rams, you're in first place at the end of that game, which is kind of nice to know. Dodgers win the World Series, one of the best games you will ever watch. Bump just came in. We were talking about it here in the break and just how excited he was watching the game and how much he loved this whole postseason. And it really was just remarkable. The back and forth element, the comeback late, the couple of crazy plays. I mean, Game 6 had some of it. Game 7 had even more of it. It just felt like one after another after another. Miguel Rojas tying it up, the Padres catch, and then this is what finally ended up winning the game.
Smith hits a high fly ball to deep left field. It's got a chance. It is gone. It's Will Smith in Game 7. And in the 11th inning of Game 7, the Dodgers lead for the first time.
Then they went up and slapped Chris Rock in the face to get my wife's name out your mouth. It shouldn't have been a surprise, right? You look at the standings. We talked about it all year this year, right? I mean, I think the Blue Jays were one game better than the Dodgers, 94 wins to 93 wins. And the Mariners were a 90-win team. And, there wasn't that Goliath this year. And because of it, the Division Series, the Championship Series, and even the World Series were some compelling
They really were compelling. And then obviously Yamamoto coming out to get 8 outs on 0 days rest. That's just unbelievable, man. I mean, I can't give that guy
enough like 24 hours rest, okay? Take it down a notch.
That's 0 days.
The night before.
That's called 0 days rest.
Wasn't like a double header.
That's what we call 0 days rest, Brock. 0. He is a force of nature right now. Just tremendous. Dodgers win their second straight. Major League Baseball wins for sure. Just a phenomenal.
Have you seen any ratings numbers?
I haven't yet, but man, I really hope that this doesn't, they can carry this momentum forward and not end up in a lockout labor deal.
At the peak of that game in Game 7, there was 31 million people watching.
That's pretty good.
What?
Apparently, it was the highest World Series ratings they've had since 2017.
Wow. That's good to hear. That's awesome. And that's with one of the two markets not being in America as well. So, yeah, that's pretty cool, and I hope baseball can capitalize on it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken lose in overtime, of course. That's what they do. They get to overtime, so they get a point, and then they lose. Hopefully they can stop doing that. Maybe just win. They got Chicago tonight. My family's going tonight to the game. Avery really wants to see Connor Bedard, young superstar. And
minus you?
Yeah, I'm not going.
You got to be up at the Kraken Iceplex?
No, because Cecily's at the game, thankfully. No, I get to go to a lot of games. I thought they could go the three of them, and they're going to take one of Cecily's friends. So, Huskies did not play Brock. They do crack the top 25 though for the first time this year, 24th.
Sure do, and open up as pretty big favorites on the road at Wisconsin, more than a touchdown, which before the season began you would have thought is patently absurd, and that's everything you need to know. Right. Any trades yet, by the way?
Nothing other than just the Miami trade. Okay. A guy named Jaden. That's all we were able to figure out.
Jalen.
I thought it was Jaden.
No, it was Jalen. That's why you told us about Jalen Rose, remember?
Well, I thought you thought it was Jalen, but it turned out to be Jaden.
No.
All right. That's a Jalen. Never mind. Yep. Sorry.
Do you want them, as we're on the precipice of this, as much time as we talked for like a month about the Mariners and the trade deadline and Naylor and Suarez and Naylor and Suarez. You want them to trade for Hendrickson?
Oh, yeah. That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah. Or Max Crosby.
Crosby's not going to.
Because the Raiders are pretty good. I can see why they'd want to keep him right now. Things are going really well there. They should absolutely be making sure they win this year. They're really good. Quarterback's
what's
great.
a bummer is Pete looks so good in silver and gray too.
Wow.
Silver and black.
Silver and black.
Yeah, he does. He looks. The Silver Fox looks so good in his hoodies and everything.
Really not going well. All right, Mike Macdonald. We taped this earlier this morning. It was one of my favorite interviews we've done with the coach. Find out who he's calling an idiot and a whole lot more next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. It's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you?
I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Introducing the new ESPN Fox One bundle. Unlock all of ESPN and all of Fox One with one unbeatable price. Catch the biggest games, college football, NBA, NHL, and more on ESPN. Stream your faves, Big Noon Saturday, the World Series, and NASCAR on Fox One. All for just $39.99 a month. That's 20% off. The ESPN Fox One bundle. Offer valid for eligible subscribers only. Access content from each service separately. Savings compared to purchasing both plans separately. See stream.espn.com for complete terms and conditions.
Hey, it's Reese Davis. Let's be honest, you can't keep an eye on everything unless you've got Blink Outdoor 4 cameras. While you're focused on the game, Blink's keeping an eye on your home.
With up to 2-year battery life and with Sync Module XR, you can cover more space without constant maintenance. No wires, no worries. Blink helps keep an eye on what matters most. Get Blink today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 9th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, October 28th through November 3rd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN. Seattle Sports.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
This is the Mike Macdonald Show, presented by your local 76 and Conoco stations, exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
All right, another Mike Macdonald Show, and always fun to do this, Brock, especially after a nice win like last night. And Mike, I just listened to your sound from after the game. You called it a great win. What made it a great win?
I think, our vision of all 3 phases
playing together, playing complementary football. It felt like, like the guy. I love how our guys are preparing, our mentality going into the games. When we took the lead, like the guys weren't satisfied. They wanted to keep stacking scores and plays, and I was just really pleased with our mentality throughout the whole game. And look, I mean, we had some adversity. We had some guys go down, and guys had to step up, and guys did that. So, obviously, Sam played an incredible, near perfect game. Especially in the first half. And anytime your quarterback is playing like that, I mean, you get a heck of a chance to do some pretty cool stuff.
Folks love the behind the scenes. Can you take us to the long ride home? Was it exuberant early, and then just everybody passed out eventually on the long flight back?
Yes, that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. It's always good. You kind of recap with the guys and go over a few things, and then like once the plane starts going, you're like, all right, like time to go. I think the whole place was knocked out, which is good. So.
Did you get a chance to watch the tape?
No,
no.
I didn't even pull it on. So, yeah, well, that'll happen at some point today. I don't know. I think I might go home. Be good to see the family.
What do you expect to find on that tape?
Well, I want to. I'd like to see. I love our offensive operation. It felt really good from the sideline. I can't wait to watch our offensive line play. You saw what Sam did. You saw our receivers did, but in the run game and stuff, to see what we did well, what we can work on. Special teams, I loved it. Our coverage units felt really good. I felt like our guys played really hard. I mean, having the Peely on kickoff team forcing the fumble, that was a pretty epic play. So I can't wait to watch that one. And then defensively, it's the normal thing. The effort. Critique myself. There's a couple of plays there on that first touchdown drive that I'm kicking myself on, and evaluate it and go from there.
Mike, you talked about that operation post-game and just mentioned it right there, offensively, the movements and the shifts and all that does. Can you I've got a sense offensively why you do it. Can you give us a sense of defensively how that burdens you or challenges you on the defensive side of the ball when you got a group as crisp to the line, as much movement, as much shifting, as much motion as your guys are doing right now?
Yeah, without getting into all the reasons why, for our own purposes, but if you're just going to sit there and be static, it lets the defense make all the calls, and we're just sitting there waiting on you. So the teams that motion and shift and play ahead of snaps on both sides of the ball, I feel like you're ahead of the play, and if you can, even just one step, if you can be one step ahead of your opponent on any given snap, that's a good thing, for us. So that's what we're trying to do, and then we can snap it. We can snap immediately. We can snap it later. I mean, we have those mechanics that we've been able to get to, and I think that's helped us.
We've talked before with you about playing complementary ball, and you just mentioned it a couple minutes ago as well. As you define it now, watching your team and when they're really capable of it, what does it mean to play complementary ball?
Well, I think it's a few things. It's one, doing what you have to do to win the game. So sometimes defense is going to have to pick up the offense. Sometimes you're going to have to chuck it around the yard. Sometimes it's a grind it out, run it game. You're trying to get special teams to make a difference in the game and win that phase. So sometimes that's how it shows itself. And then other times it's about, there's a turnover and now defense has to go step up, or defense has had a long drive and now the offense has got to put something together, or end a 2 minute, we want to end the ball at the half, because we want to double them up at the half. All those things, all those little situations that show up in a game where if you feel like you kind of come out with the upper hand, it gives you an edge kind of going into the next phase of the game. And if you keep stacking those things, ultimately, it puts you in a position to win games.
So then thinking about the relationship between the run game and the pass game and the way they work off of each other, I'm trying to make sense of this from Greg Olsen yesterday, because he said that the Seahawks are a passing team out of heavy personnel. And it didn't feel like that's necessarily something that you would say to describe your team. I was curious what you would. Are you a passing team out of heavy personnel?
Well, I'm sure he means that we like to throw it, when we out of all of our personnel groups, and we live in all the personnel groups. 11 is the prevailing personnel group throughout the league. 12 is becoming more popular. We run 12 personnel, we run 13 personnel, we run 12 personnel. 22. We get into what we call pony, which is two backs. We try to have a diverse personnel package that we can deploy at any given point in time. And I think we can throw it at all those groups, which is great. You can run and throw it. You know, some teams just put certain groups in the game, and you can anticipate what's about to happen. And I feel like we have kind of a complementary, to keep using that word, just, you know, set of plays that we can get to based on who's in the game.
Mike, do you ever go back and watch the TV copy to hear what is being either said kind of during the broadcast by the guys in the booth?
I rely on Dave for that one.
You should watch the fourth quarter of this one. I think you'll like it.
Okay. I'm not going to, but
Collinsworth was very excited about the Seahawks last night.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. And he also said something I thought, you know, I obviously, having been in that profession for some years and kind of knowing some of these guys through the years as well, he said something kind of unique. It jumped out to me, Coach, and he said that Mike's got a group that is really personnel-wise equipped to blitz defensively. That as good as the front has been and the pressure rates were off the charts and the front four and the sacks and all of it, felt like you had a personnel, and your personnel this year is being defined by a lot of different guys that you can kind of move around and play with and blitz. Are you feeling that freedom as a play caller?
I am. I think we're getting better with our blitzes, which is helping out, kind of round out our defensive menu, I guess, or just, you know, game plans that we can bring to the table. Yeah. I mean, and we're still kind of a unit where we haven't had a lot of, you know, personnel consistency from week to week, you know, so that's playing it a part of it as well. And but, you know, I feel like when we've dialed it up, guys have, you know, won their matchups, and our pressure coverages have done a good job. You know, we haven't kind of been relating to guys the right way and haven't given up explosives in that end. So you know, that's something that we want to continue to be able to do. Otherwise, you know, you start doing just one thing all the time, the offenses and coordinators and quarterbacks are just way too good. They'll pick you apart. So you have to have tendencies. Otherwise, you're not going to be any good at anything. But you have to have, you know, the change ups and the curveballs off of the things that, you know, that you're pretty good at, your A's, so to speak.
What makes guys individually good blitzers, and then maybe collectively as a group a good blitzing team, from your perspective?
Yeah, it's a great question. There's a timing aspect to it. You know, there's always, like, when you draw up the blitz on the whiteboard, you know, it looks a certain way, but like there's a certain demeanor that comes with blitzing. Like, if you're going to send 5 guys, normally there's at least, you know, 3 guys are going to have one-on-ones. And, you know, if you sim pressure with 4 guys, you know, you're trying to get certain guys one-on-ones in those situations, and you're expecting those guys to win. Now, it's a predetermined type of path, but how you get there is a little bit more based off of how the guy blocks you, or like your plan of attack. See it through that lens. And I'd say what makes it effective is you have to work together. So, and it's still, even though you're blitzing, it's still rush and coverage working together. There's either, you know, you're manned up and you're in zero in the back end, and you know, those guys have to hold up in their end of the bargain, or you're in some form of 5 or 6 man rush or 4 man rush, and that coverage has to get the quarterback to not throw the ball immediately, so your pass rush can come alive. And obviously the rush lanes have to be disciplined and work together, just like you do in 4-man rush, you know, so you can get to the quarterback.
So speaking of blitzes, what do you think it's like to be a guard? Maybe it's a center, and you see Leonard Williams, I don't know, 2-3 yards off the ball, taking a running start to come flying at you on a 3rd down. What do you think that feels like?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Probably not good.
I can't imagine it feels good, right? I mean, what can he do with that level of a running start?
Well, I think what you're alluding to is we're trying to, you know, it's not like we're just doing new things. I mean, these are things that we have put a lot of reps in, and we're gonna have specific game plans from week to week, but that what we're asking our guys to do are things that they've done, and just sometimes you dress it up and you make it look a little bit different. And hopefully that gives us an advantage and lets us be the aggressor in those situations. But, you know, it's a credit to Leo that, I mean, look, the guy's an incredible athlete, and it's not easy learning all the spots and all the movements that you know that comes across our front, and he's able to do that and retain it. And AD and Hines and CP do a great job game planning the movements and teaching them ways to win and things like that, and having a plan. So, you know, we'll keep moving around, keep trying to find the best matchups.
when your buddies in the profession give you a buzz, maybe early in the week, Mike, and kind of look at what you're doing, and certainly the success now on the road, winning 9 in a row and 10-1 overall. And man, Coach, what are you guys doing to be so effective on these road trips? Anything that you kind of tell your buddies as far as what you think you guys do really well when you travel?
I don't know. This is not a good. It's not going to be like a great radio answer. I don't have anything for it. I think it goes back to everybody involved, everyone that plans out how we travel. It's very seamless. I do think there's an aspect of us, once like if you feel, we left, it was a 1-day trip, which was kind of cool. I liked how we did it this time around with a primetime game. But there's something to be said about like getting on the plane, being together as a team. You're kind of in the game type of mindset, even though you're not like expending energy, but you're starting to be locked in, and everyone's together. And then it's a testament to our guys, that they like the resolve you have to go into another person's stadium and play good football, So I don't know if there was let me put it this way: if there was a secret, I definitely wouldn't be telling you, but I don't have it. So I just we're honestly just, what is it going to take for us to play our best football? That's really that's the question we're trying to answer every week, especially on the road.
Heard Chris say last night that you told him you were still annoyed about the Tampa loss, and that didn't surprise me. And then also heard him say that you thought that loss maybe helped make your team better and get you to where you are now. How? What did you get from that loss that has helped the team play better over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think it's everybody. I mean, I think it starts with me and what it takes to get our team ready to play. That's probably number one. Number two, we've declared. I think let's like I told you guys. I think maybe a couple weeks, like get out of the way, Mike. Let the players go play. Don't be an idiot. Like, call good plays. Have a clean game plan. Let them call stuff that the guys can play and play fast that they've been doing for X amount of months now or years, however long they've been here. So that's probably two. And then I think our players realize what it takes to play great football, but how to prepare, like what it looks like throughout the week on a day-to-day basis, and to feel like you can go play your best football. We didn't have great practices at the latter part of that week, and to the guys' credit, they recognized it and they went to work at it.
Hey, Maura, if you wouldn't mind, make sure you cut that. Get out of the way, Mike. I think I'm going to need that for my show.
Yeah, it's probably my intro. That should be the new intro, I'm sure everyone's eager to tune in.
It may very well be by next week. We'll see. Go ahead, Brock.
Well, I was just kind of curious, too. This is our first chance to really chat with you since the bye week, and how you attacked the bye week, maybe any differently than you did as a rookie coach, or things that came out of the bye week as a point of emphasis that you really felt like came to life last night.
Yeah. I think when it comes to the bye week, I don't think there's like one way to do it. I think you kind of like with all the, these are all the first or second time go rounds that we're making these decisions with our new staff and our new team, and we take our philosophy is like, what's best for the team. What does our team need at this point? And I felt like our guys needed and deserved some time off and time away, and after the Monday night game, felt like it was just appropriate for the guys to get out and take care of their bodies and be with their families and stuff. So we didn't see the players all week, and then we only took 1 day. I feel like it'd be kind of a tough ask if I was leaving on Wednesday morning to go see my dad, and if I left and I told the staff to stick around and grind out the self scout, I thought that was kind of that wouldn't be probably the best thing to do of all time. So guys were in Wednesday. Kind of came up with the plan of attack. We were remote the rest of the week for the coaches, and did our studies and stuff. Now, and we got a lot of great info, and there's a lot of like schematic stuff that we felt like we could narrow down on. And I think the most important thing, though, Brock, was like, hey, when we nail the things that we said we wanted to be about and how we wanted to operate, and we played the way that we said we were going to, that's a pretty good combo. Like that we need to double down on that. I don't think we're looking for answers elsewhere. I think we're looking for answers within how we operate, on how we decided how we wanted to be. Does that make sense? It's like, it's so there was a clarity there of, hey guys, look, when we nail the Seahawks, when we do the stuff that we said we're going to be able to do, that's a pretty powerful combo. So let's put our focus right there.
And when in the remote meetings was it like, you know what, I like a 6'3".
Oh, we were not on Zoom. Trust me, that I was not talking.
Oh, okay.
I mean, everyone, you can work. You can take the computer and go do whatever, but everyone has their reports, and then we really debriefed on Monday. So
did you like the email that came in and said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put Peely, 6'3", 345, ran a 5'3", 40 coming out of college. We're going to put him right in the middle of kickoff cover. I know he doesn't have to run 60 yards anymore. It's only about 10 or so. But was he on kickoff coverage team before the bye week?
No, it's funny. We were in a game plan meeting, and Jay was like, okay, this is good. We were going with the personnel, and John was actually on the phone, so he was remote. There you go. He was remote in that meeting, but and Jay was like, well, that's good. So now I can still have Peely on a kickoff, and I'm like, really? But look, I mean, like I said after the game, I mean, I love how Jay and Fitz think. It's who are the people that are going to be available for the game? How do we deploy them the best way? And then that's everybody, D tackles included. Now Peely is a heck of an athlete. Now, I mean, the guy, he's a great athlete. So, and it speaks to his the guy was so excited to be on kickoff coverage team, and so like. You got a bunch of guys on a team that want to play those roles. That's awesome, man. That's so great. I just think it's a great example of a guy that's really bought in and wants to help the team win. And as you know, it ball finds energy. That's how things work. All of a sudden, you're forcing a fumble. Our first forced fumble of the year, that we recovered was on kickoff team, which is pretty wild.
I was thinking about guys that are new this year, maybe things that help make you different from a year ago. And I realize we haven't talked too much about DeMarcus Lawrence. What has he brought to the team?
Well, I think I think what happened in Tampa Bay, not having him out there, I felt like you could sense a little bit of difference there. His attitude, energy, toughness. I think, man, I don't know if I can say enough good things about D-Law. I mean, he walking in the door day one, it was different. How he did the drills, how he brought the whole front together, the camaraderie and that they built in that room, that they rush together, they rush a certain way. How they rush off one another, I think, is really cool, and I think it gives us an edge compared to most teams and teams that I've been around at least. And you talk about, you hear me say like he's the same guy every day, but he really is. His approach, I mean, we have to hold him, because if you put him out there, he's going 1,000 miles an hour. Sometimes we got to take care of him, make sure he's not taking too many reps. But that's all those things, When we talk about like as a force multiplier on your football team, he is definitely in that category.
We've had our chats about PFF, and so I'm not going to go there. But there was another group called NFL Plus that looks at all the different guys and stats and next level numbers. According to NFL Plus, Gray Zabel, 0 sacks allowed, and the 6th lowest QB pressure in the NFL at 3.5%. Do those numbers jive with kind of the self-scout? And obviously you'll watch the O-line play in a little more detail today.
Right.
But how about the rookie that we talked a lot about in and around the draft and now over 8 weeks or so? That kind of resume tape real?
Yeah, it's real. It's real. I'll say this. It's how he works with Jalen and Charles is really cool. They developed a really good relationship, and it takes chemistry to, you're not just on 5 islands. You got to work together up front, and kind of like what you're talking about with like Jax and Sam, how they built the chemistry from day one, and how critical that is, to have success. I think that's the same thing with your offensive line, and him and Charles have a really tight relationship, and that's really cool. But as far as greatest individually, I mean, I'd say steady. He's tough. He's got some attitude about him. He finishes plays. He's competitive as crap. I mean, all those things are a recipe for being a dang good offensive lineman. And man, I'm glad we picked him. I mean, it's just a great job by all of our people and John to make the move on draft day.
Any big trades coming up by tomorrow?
Yeah, we got a few right in the pike.
Good, nice, thanks. All right,
yeah, we'll do it right after.
Right after we get off the phone here, do it right then.
No, I mean we'll see. I mean, Yeah, we'll see.
We were debating last week, maybe just more of a philosophical question. I don't know if you can answer this or not right before the trade deadline, but I'll ask. When you think about a trade mid-season for a team that's 6-2 and playing good ball, do you think more about trying to fix some things that are weaknesses, or do you think about trying to adding more to things that are strengths?
I think we're looking at it through the lens of is this gonna help our team now and in the future? And then it's up to us to decide, like, well, how much is it now? How much is the future? Is it both? You're never really going to make it. Hopefully you're not making transactions that you think is going to make you worse. I mean, even as something as simple as, what we did at the end of last week with guys not being available and bringing up guys from practice squad. I mean, all those decisions are, okay, for this week and the future, honestly, because you're talking about guys going on IR, maybe not going on IR, so it's like what's best for now, but what's also best for the future. To me, that's kind of how you're balancing it in your mind of, okay, is this something that we want to go for, or do we need to pump the brakes on this thing? Hopefully that paints you a good picture.
Well, Coach, we appreciate it. Congratulations. Great win last night. Home game now coming up this week, and we'll look forward to talking to you on Monday.
All right, guys. Hey, I missed you, man. I missed seeing you.
I know.
This is empty seat over here.
Sad. Yeah, don't worry. We'll be there on Monday. I'll be there, and we can embrace.
Okay. It's not that early, Brock. It's only,
Right, yeah.
Thanks, Coach. We appreciate it.
All right, guys.
Yeah, we taped that around 5 o'clock this morning. Not the 4:30 that there was a possibility it might be. That would have been a bit much. But it was great. I thought it was a really fun interview with the coach. And Brock, I think you just hear how excited he is about where the team is at.
So is that what we're going to do from here on out? Just tape around 4:30 in the morning?
I don't know. I mean, if the interviews are like that, then yeah. I mean, like, that was great. And I thought his answer on the trade deadline stuff was awesome. I mean, no, he's not going to tell you exactly what they're trying to do. But I thought his answer of like, hey, yeah, we're looking at everything. It sounded like he's very open to improving the team.
Yeah, and we'll see what the market does, right? The pass rusher from Miami, talented guy, goes for a 3rd-round pick. So that's some decent, you're just kind of trying to evaluate the market and see what all that looks like over the course of today and into tomorrow. And obviously DJ can speak to some of that. Will there be some big names that are going to move? Is there going to be some legitimate compensation? Are you going to move Reek and Boye and maybe some of these guys, all TBD over the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I can't wait. 1 o'clock tomorrow is the trade deadline, so possibility for something to get done today, even more so tomorrow morning. I'm going to guess about 10:01 they'll probably make a deal, and Bump and Stacy will be here with you to talk all about it.
You know what I can't wait, man? I just can't wait to watch them play again.
Yeah.
You said over the course of 4 hours this morning, Salk, he's just fun.
Yeah.
Man, this is just fun. Watching these guys do that, it's just fun. And it's been a while since, and Mike won 10 games last year. You don't apologize for any of that, but I don't remember it feeling or looking like this.
There's a little more confidence inspiring, and it is just a more fun element. And some of that is, the moves they've made. It's Sam Darnold and what he's doing. It's DeMarcus Lawrence and what he's brought to the table. And I loved his answer on DeMarcus Lawrence. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to come back to there. We're going to talk some irreplaceability tomorrow. We're going to have Daniel Jeremiah join us tomorrow. God, there's some good Mariners stuff. Like, there's a million fun things.
What never happened in the sport of baseball? They never saw a catcher hit 60 home runs.
No.
It's never happened in the NFL. A receiver having a 2,000-yard season. One star did it in town. We might see this other dude.
That'd be pretty crazy.
Do things never done before.
17 games, one more than Calvin Johnson had, but still, 2,000-yard receiver. That's like unheard. It's impossible, right? Can't happen.
Can't happen.
Yeah, he's on pace right now. All right, everybody. Stick around for Bump and Stacy. They are coming up next. If you missed any of the Mike Macdonald interview, you can find it on YouTube a little bit later today. And, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, the hay.
I think it's in the barn.
It sure is. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper! Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
David, honey, this is your Seahawks intervention.
I don't have a problem.
David, you painted the entire house action green.
So?
You wanted to name our daughter the 12s. Listen, download the Fuel Forward app. Every 8+ gallon fill up at 76 and Conoco stations gives you a chance to win a VIP game day experience.
I can fuel my car and my Seahawks obsession?
In moderation, David. In moderation. Terms and conditions apply. See official rules at 76.com/Seahawks-rules.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
I'm Rusty George. My local marketing agency specializes in helping companies in the building and manufacturing industries develop the right kind of websites and marketing strategies to attract and win more business. Visit us today at rustygeorge.com.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their best deals. Mazda of Everett is the West Coast's largest Mazda dealer for a reason. They sell more new Mazdas than any other dealer on the West Coast. So come check out the Mazda More to Move sales event now. Shop over 300 new Mazda CX-5s with 0.9 financing for 60 months, available on approved credit. Located on Highway 99 in Everett, or shop MazdaofEverett.com. Based on Mazda USA's retail sales report 2025.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center with an encore performance Saturday night, November 29th.
I want to be that type of old. It's an old where you get yelled at for saying you want to be helpful. Like when an old person's like, I'll take out the trash. Someone's like, are you out of your mind? Your spinal snapped. Sit down.
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, November 29th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI agent can be set up in minutes to answer calls and questions 24/7, so you never miss a customer, lead, or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks dominated the Washington Commanders in primetime with a 38-14 Sunday night football win. The loss itself wasn't the biggest gut punch for the Commanders, though. Washington quarterback Jaden Daniels dislocated his elbow late in the game and had to leave the field in an air cast. It's the third injury for Daniels this season. One more to go in Week 9. The Cowboys and Cardinals face off for Monday Night Football tonight in Dallas.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. It's a Reaction Monday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel and the Seahawks. A lot to react to here because Bump, they made a statement on Sunday night. We entered this game talking about how they needed to make a statement. You and I got into a debate over a couple different days last week. Not like an actual debate, but I was saying, God, I just feel like they deserve to be talked about more. And you were like, sure. They do because they're a good team that's kind of flown under the radar, but I think they like that. Like, I don't think that matters to them. Well, I don't think that they're going to be able to hide behind anything now because a lot of voices talking about this, whether it was Pat McAfee, Chris Long, Mike Garafolo, a bunch of guys were tweeting about this one saying the Seahawks are a wagon. They are here to play, absolutely dominating the Commanders. What statement did they make on Sunday night?
I think it's more, to me, I use the word like signature win, right? I guess you can't make a statement, but I like signature. I like that because when you look at the schedule and you look at who they played, who they haven't played in the situation, right? You look across the division, see the Niners won a dang game again. I don't know how they keep doing this.
Making me mad.
Man, the Rams, obviously, Matthew Stafford had himself a good day, 4 touchdowns as well.
Puka Nacua hurt again, though.
Yeah, Puka got banged up. Devontae going nuts, still 2 touchdowns. But it's about the Seahawks. Like, signature win. It's like, all right, beat a team you're supposed to beat and do it the right way. Like, dominate this game. We want to feel like this game is over by halftime, and that's exactly what we felt with 31-0. 31-7, excuse me, at halftime. You got Sam Darnold, who completed his first 16 or 17 passes in a row, tied a franchise record with Warren Moon. You had Torrey Horton scoring 2 touchdowns, Royal scoring 1 as well. The defense looking dominant against an offense that's banged up. McCaffrey went out early. You don't have McLaurin. Deebo Samuel